taking you to a new experience.
इनका लैपटॉप फिक्स कर दो ना ये वाला
Without moving something
बिकॉज मेरा लैपटॉप नहीं चल रहा है मेरा बंद नहीं करना बिकॉज मेरा वाईफाई चालू है और इनसे कनेक्टेड है
ये आपका
इधर इधर आओ
ये
मेरा
वाला
हाँ
लैपटॉप नहीं
this feels and
एक मिनट ये पकड़ो
security services. A security service on the other side.
मेरा चार्जर है ना हाँ क्या करूँ मैं बंद कर दूँ जब तक भी नहीं देता तो मैं हार्ड ड्राइव आपके
Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 140 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired, create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community
is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people.
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments, to step into new adventures. We are where our communities come together, places across town or across the world, places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired, create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 140 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments, to step into new adventures. We are where our communities come together, places across town or across the world, places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired, create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 140 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments, to step into new adventures. We are where our communities come together, places across town or across the world, places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired, create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, From the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 140 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments, to step into new adventures. We are where our communities come together, places across town, across the world, places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired, create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 140 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments, to step into new adventures. We are where our communities come together, places across town, across the world, places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired, create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 140 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments, to step into new adventures. We are where our communities come together, places across town, across the world, places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired, create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves. a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 140 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments, to step into new adventures. We are where our communities come together, places across town or across the world, places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired, create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 140 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments, to step into new adventures. We are where our communities come together, places across town or across the world, places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired, create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 140 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments, to step into new adventures. We are where our communities come together, places across town or across the world, places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired, create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 140 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
We would request all the people outside to come in. We would like to start in the next 2 minutes. If you can, all the people come in.
Children grow and learn to experience amazing moments, to step into new adventures. We are where our communities come together, places across town or across the world, places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired, create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most
We request everyone to please take their seats.
the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Women in Construction. Women today are more confident, but also easily worried and scared when nasty events happen outside their world. Not that men aren't, but this isn't a place for men bashing or praising women. This is a place where we understand roles that more women are taking up that was hitherto the domain of men. We need heroes and their stories. Specifically, we need women's stories. We need examples of women who are excelling, especially in ways or fields that were not designed by the masculine. The change that we desire will not be given to us. It must be imagined, then created. Our theme for today is Women Empowerment in Real Estate and Infrastructure Conclave, paving the way for future peers. We would like to thank our partners, Bonidam, Dormakaba, Expedion, and Afcons, who thought it wise to stand by us. Having said that, I will now call Rahul Sequeira, MD, ITP Media India, to welcome you. Rahul?
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, it's absolutely an honor to welcome you all to Women in Construction Conference. It's truly great to see more men than women in this conference hall. It's in a very male-dominated industry. It's good to see platforms like this, which empower women, which give them the platform to talk about the great work and achievements that we've done. Be it from women moving up in management and leadership roles to architects which have created fabulous properties. These forums basically elevate and give people the right positioning of where we have to be. It's truly an honor, and from everyone at ITP, I truly welcome you all to this conference. Thank you. We look forward for an intellectual and insightful sessions.
Thank you, Rahul. That was short and sweet. Can we have the ITP AV, please? I now invite Vibhor Srivastava, MD Events, ITP Media India, to deliver the welcome note.
Morning, everybody. Good morning. Thank you very much, and what a pleasure. I was talking to the ladies from Rustomji and Ajmera this morning, and if I really jog my memories, and when we launched Construction Week and hordes of other titles, I remember it's been an incredible journey, but at the heart of it, really don't want to make a cliche and a statement saying we celebrate women, it's women empowerment. But at ITP, we are very truly privileged at every moment and every step. We have taken women in our strides, and I think they will pave way for our success. So please give a hand to all the lovely women in ITP, all the women watching, and all the women in this room. You are worthy of every accolade, every milestone, every inch that you have achieved, both at home, in societies, in corporates, and world larger one. For me, my mom used to say, कि बच्चे को बड़ा करना है तो सबसे पहले बेटों को सिखाओ how to do things. The morning chores, the kitchen. Why are they not doing it? And I'm very happy to tell you I have two lovely children. My eldest son Aditya and my very younger daughter Ujala. We don't make any differentiation between the two. It is not the privilege of Ujala to really go get a glass of water for Adi. So we make them work for each other. I think these are the little most contribution. If you can tell your children, they learn it because they are the ones who are learning by seeing, by not what you talk. So it's not a moment of discourse. It's a moment to showcase, do it, and make them feel that they are so very important, the women, and learn how to respect each and every woman in your life and each and every woman that you meet, Rashmi. It is so important. Look at this wonderful lady, Rashmi. And I would like you, for one, to give a big hand to Jayashree Mendes, our loudest and the loudest. You know, हम बहुत बातें करते हैं, women, but I tell you, these are the women, I think, who's helped ITP to reach where we are today. It's not men like us. We are probably the face of it. But at the heart of it, as I said, we are the bedrock. Construction Week, somebody just said, women, and Shweta ji, आपने भी बोला कि percentage हम गलत ऊपर नीचे कर सकते हैं कि 14% Rashmi is the contribution of women in this construction year 17. These are debatable numbers. But one thing is not up for debate, Captain, is that Construction Week has a lady editor. And that's Jayashree making, yeah. Don't be conservative. When you clap, you really clap hard. Yes, all right? So ladies and gentlemen, I would love to talk. Gunjan, my young designer friend that just walked in, and he said, I thought you would take me up to the stage. I said, yes, the stage is yours. I promise the stage will be only for the ladies. But it's so lovely to see on a Friday morning in this gorgeous hotel, to see the gorgeous women and the ladies who have brought so much of substance, knowledge, and wisdom and success, not only to the real estate, but to the world at large. Thank you very much for being such a wonderful audience here.
Thank you, Vibhor. By the way, we're also live on YouTube. I mean, I don't have the link with me, but I don't know how you want to go about it. Okay. Can we have the Boni Dam AV, please?
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 140 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
I would now like to welcome Captain Edwin Saldana, Managing Director, Boon Edam, to deliver the industry keynote. I know Captain is handing it over to a colleague, but please.
Thank you, Jayashree. Thank you, ITP Media, for having such a lovely program for women in construction, especially. And like Vibhor says, the stage belongs to the women today. So I would like to ask my colleague to speak, Minal. So she's here to tell you more about what she feels about women in construction. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly humbled to be speaking with all of you today. As I look around this room, good morning again. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm truly humbled to be speaking with all of you today. As I look around this room, I'm reminded of countless women who have inspired me throughout my career. Women who've broken barriers, challenged stereotypes, and paved the way for future generations. As a colleague, I've had the privilege to work alongside many talented women in construction, and I've seen firsthand the incredible impact you've had on our industry. I'm constantly amazed by your dedication, passion, and expertise. You're not just building structures, you're building communities. You're not just designing buildings, you're designing a better future. I think of women like Falguni Patel, Vinita Bal, Zarina Screwwala, who are pioneers of their fields. Their stories are a testament to the power of hard work, determination, and resilience. But I'm also reminded of many women who have inspired me throughout their everyday actions. Women who balance work and family responsibilities, who support and uplift their colleagues, and who strive for excellence in everything that they do. And as the saying goes, the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. So at Boon Edam, we're committed to supporting and empowering you. We believe in diversity, inclusion, and the power of women in construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Minal. Captain truly makes it a women in construction event. Okay, we will now move on to the first panel discussion, but before that, can we have the Dorma cover AV play, please?
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments, to step into new adventures. We are where our communities come together, places across town, or across the world, places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly. and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired, create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
We now move on to the first panel discussion for the day. I will invite the panelists, and as and when I call their name, they will come to the stage. Namrata Nalwala, ESG and Sustainability, Rustomji, is a seasoned leader in ESHQ and social accountability with over 30 years of experience. Namrata holds a master's degree in environmental science from Wright State University, USA. Currently serving as the ESG and advisory lead at Rustomji, she has a proven track record of implementing high standards in management systems, benchmarking global best practices, and delivering exceptional results. Namrata, please. Nidhi Agarwal, director at Signature Global Group, holds a master's degree in business management from London and a Bachelor of Commerce honors from the University of Delhi. She also has expertise in SAP implementation, policy formulation, and fixed asset register development across different industries. She is dedicated to enhancing customer experience and ensuring operational excellence, aligning with the company's vision for growth. Shweta Rathore, AVP HR, Ajmera Realty, is a seasoned HR professional with expertise in talent management, organizational development, and building high-performance teams. She has been instrumental in shaping the HR strategies at Ajmera Realty, focusing on employee engagement, continuous learning, and performance management. Seema Vakharia, COO, Experion, has been an integral force behind the journey of Experion, where she has held diverse roles throughout her career, including developer, consultant, project manager, product designer, and documenter. Her focus is on building scalable processes and strengthening teams to support Expedion's rapid growth. An electronics engineer by training, Seema briefly attended IIM Calcutta before leaving to commit herself entirely to algorithms. Dr. Sashi M.M. Goswami, Deputy Manager, AFCONS, is a seasoned HR professional with over 15 years of diverse experience across multiple sectors. She holds an MBA in HR from NL Dalmia Institute of Management Studies and Research and a degree in BHMS, having initially practiced as a homeopathic medical doctor. Don't ask her homeopathic questions here, please. A certified train the trainer professional, Dr. Goswami is passionate about delivering and facilitating high-impact training programs. I will be your moderator for the evening, for the morning. Anu, what's your superpower, the legacy you want to leave? You know, as women, most of us, that's what it said, it generally is that women do not let other women grow. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true, that holds true anymore. Like the fact that women cannot handle money, that's another, a myth. It's far forgotten. But here we will talk about women and the legacy that they want to leave behind. All of them are established, independent, leaders in their own way with a thought and a mind of their own. So today we'll find out how it is a legacy that they want to leave. Namrata, I'll start. You're strong on ESG and sustainability, a theme that is going around the world everywhere. Everybody's talking about net zero by this and set benchmarks for themselves. How would you encourage others to follow suit to make the earth a better place?
Okay, so the first thing first is the difference between sustainability and ESG is something that I think everyone needs to know, because we use these words very, very easily, and ESG has become a buzzword. It all starts with sustainability. So the sustainability basically is three pillars of environment, social, and governance. That is what it is. And a fine balance between the three pillars is what sustainability is all about. ESG are matrices that you are measured against to understand how well your organization or your company is taking care of sustainability. So this is the big difference between the two terms. Now, coming to how would you want to make the world a better place or the earth a better place in terms of sustainability, I think charity begins at home, and you start with yourself. No government policies or government can actually do any, make a difference unless you make a difference. So as individuals, I think we all have a responsibility towards the planet, towards the people, and towards the profit of the organization as well. So that's what I say. Start at home, take care of the environment, do things that you can do at home, take care of the resources that you're consuming, be mindful about the waste that you're generating, try to reduce, recycle, so on and so forth. I think everyone knows what environment is all about, so I'm not going to train people here. Also, coming to people, the social part is very important, is how many lives can you impact in the right way at a personal level. So do your own personal CSR. Everyone talks about CSR now. You can all do a personal CSR. We can all do that, So maybe educate a child or take care of your domestic help, see if they have a better quality of life, take care of your other, help that you have at home or outside. I think that's where it all starts. You can make Earth a better place.
Thank you. Nidhi, your company, Signature Global, has been an ardent follower of sustainability. I mean, all your projects are EDGE certified or IGBC certified. How does it start here at the design stage for you? I mean, how are you an inherent part of this program?
First of all, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to the panel, Jayashree. Really excited to be a part of it. And, coming back to your question, coming from a generation, I actually feel that sustainable homes, yes, they are the answer. Like every customer wants that. Okay. And I think our company also understood that at a very early stage. And when we even talk to our architects, when we talk to our design people, we are always thinking how to make the homes more sustainable. Even we even go to one more step ahead where we do sustainable construction as well. Okay, we are trying that even the construction practices, we try to take sustainable measures so that we are able to save something in it. Similarly, coming back to the homes, I just feel that we have an aim for next 10 years. We have an aim for next 10 years where we are actually planning to start, creating net zero homes. We are on that way. But yes, right now we are working towards those, giving them 1, 2, 3 extra things that can actually help create those homes more sustainable, green homes. So yes, we are working anytime we are discussing with any architect, any design team, that is the first thing that we want to tell people. Okay, this is what we want, even if it can be, let's say the, like the wind flow, the light, the water, everything, we just try to do that. And I think step by step, we'll start learning more and we'll see what other people are doing, the benchmarks and all. We are working on it. And I hope in future we are able to create net zero homes. So yeah, I think that's that.
That's a wonderful initiative. Coming to you, Shweta, as a woman, as an HR person, you come across all kinds of people, who, I mean, of course, in a city like Bombay, there are always people looking for jobs. Especially when you hire women. So what are some of the strategies that, can help women achieve the success at their workplaces, especially in male-dominated roles?
Hello, good morning, everyone. And yeah, good question. So, first and foremost, the women themselves have to come with a very clear mindset. Sometimes it's very self-imposed bias that stop them from, applying for job into real estate or a construction-based industry. So my strategy to people would be more in terms of, the women's should, it's a good sector for the women's. There's a great diversity recognition which is happening for the women's to enter into real estate and construction. So overcome the bias, be relevant, trust on yourself, be assertive to put across your experience and expertise to the people. Sometimes it so happens that traditionally deemed to be a male-dominated industry, women tend to hold themselves back with the fear of not being heard, or maybe, the ideas would not go down well. And the step one is overcome that. And then I think the journey will be fabulous.
Thank you. Thank you. Seema, like you have been a very multifaceted person. I mean, though you're not real estate, but a lot of your clients, all your clients are real estate. I mean, the real estate is not a sweet world. Okay, I mean, we all know that. But of course, one has to deal with all kinds of people. So, what would be if you had to advise women, to be how to be a mentor, or how to grow in their field? What would that be for you?
Actually, the first place to start is just to be interested in people, interested in each person. So when you look at individual people's journey, at least as women, and I'm fortunate to have amazing women leaders within Expedient, within our organization as well, I perceive the difference is to give them the confidence to be able to draw their boundaries. We all know, as women on this panel, that we are torn in multiple different directions. And apologies to all the men here, but it is a different world. But one thing I do recognize is once you give women in your organization the confidence to be able to draw those boundaries and navigate these challenges and say, I own my time, and that too without guilt. It's at this point in time that they can learn to prioritize what's important in that moment. And so sometimes there will be times where you prioritize your work, and there will be times you prioritize your family. That's fine. And that's how women become leaders. And that's how they bring to the fore their empathy, their quality of nurturing, which I feel make us such amazing mentors and leaders.
I know. I think it's ultimately all about having a very strong mind of your own, I mean,
Yes, and ultimately being able to do so without having to constantly second guess and say, oh, I'm looking at my work, oh, I'm looking at my family. You do both, and you do both with confidence. You stand your ground and say, this is what I am, and I am both. And I bring both with me to whatever I do.
I know. I understand. Okay. Dr. says she comes from a different world of infrastructure. That is a totally different ball game. Like they build airports and dams and God knows what else, so many things. So the entire, I mean, whatever you use, metros, everything, practically.
To this hotel property, to real estate, to metros, bridges, high-speed rail, coming up in Mumbai, quite a unique project.
When's that coming up, by the way?
It just started, so,
Okay. So what are some of the hard lessons you have learned, in infrastructure?
See, coming from a medical background, I'm being conditioned and trained to bring solutions to people. And I follow the same in corporate world as well. So be it bringing solutions as an HR to the business side, and being an AFCONS, being an infrastructure core committee, core EPC contractors, we have new projects every time, different geographies, different location, new project team coming together, new mindsets coming together. So that challenge is every time. So for me, the hard lessons is, again, getting into that human dynamics at that micro level and trying to bring that synergy among that new project teams, among those people. So that's a continuous change, and only change is constant, especially for EPC, I would say.
Next time you have a project coming in Switzerland, I don't mind becoming a project manager.
Great, would love to see you on board.
Okay. Coming to Nidhi. Nidhi, I mean, obviously, so, I mean, your dad is Rashmi, apologies, Rashmi. So Nidhi is the CMD, I mean, the chairman, founder and chairman's daughter, and very kind enough to come all the way from Delhi. She's just come only for this panel. So I'm very grateful to her. So Nidhi, considering that you're still learning the ropes, going through a learning curve and all that, I'm sure you must be having a team that you look after also. So what is the kind of tone that you set for your team?
Okay, first of all, thank you again for introducing me like that. And I feel really happy when you introduce my dad like that. Like it's really, it's really nice. And yes, coming back to your question, leadership is very crucial in any industry. It is very important. You know, this role is very, very important to drive business in a successful way. So as to what I do, for me, I think I'm somebody who follows more of a bottom-up approach rather than a top-down approach. Like I feel I've always learned it through my dad and my uncles and everybody around me, all the leaders, that, you know, it's everything that you always, whenever you are taking a decision, it's all about, you know, discussion. It's all about understanding the ground, understanding what is happening at the ground, what is the problem, what can be the solutions. So I've always encouraged my team, you know, that, you know, every decision that we take, we'll take it together. We'll have discussions, we'll have like anybody who feels, okay, this is something that needs to be put in front. I always try to listen and I always try to encourage that. Also, I feel since all the team members, like, you know, I personally take care of CRM team, you know, customer experience, it's a very important thing for CRM, right? So I always tell them that, okay, you need to bring your personal goals and your like personal as in the professional goals and the corporate vision. I try to help them relate it so that, you know, they can actually work in a more better way. I think another thing that I feel, you know, setting the tone in the team, I think it's like setting a very clear goal, like very clear goals. Okay, this is how, this is what needs to happen. Now, how it needs to happen, we can work together on it. I'll be there to help, and other people are there to help as well. So this is something that I believe in that. And the last thing that I'll say is, once these things are achieved, once these small, you know, achievements are, once they achieve that, so it's always about celebration as well. So in our company, we have this thing called RNR, that is rewards and recognition, and we do it on monthly basis. So everybody who's achieving the goal, we just want to celebrate those things, okay, so that they feel more empowered or they feel more excited to, again, next month they can go back to their work and be like, I want to come on the stage and, you know, I want to get that recognition. So I just feel that these small things are very important as well. So I think, yeah, that's what I try to do, and I'm still learning. So yeah.
Very, very true. I mean, it's nice. It's always nice to, you know, reward employees. You know, I mean, these are small things that, you know, that people look forward to. Numbers are coming to you. You know, all of us, whether immaterial of men or women or whatever, everybody has a role model. You know, everybody has some role model. Maybe some people like a disruptive person, some people like an innovative person, somebody goes in for a kind person, you know. These are some of the traits that you admire amongst the leaders you have worked with.
Interesting. So, yeah, I've always had a mixed bag. So I'm going to talk about the good ones and not follow the ones that I didn't think I admired.
Sure,
So,
sure.
yeah, so, yeah, the first person I think who was actually, who mentored me was from the first organization, actually not the first, but where I had my longest innings was Det Norske Veritas, DNV. It's a Norwegian certification company. And I started there way back in 95. And it was to do with environment. And interestingly, now when I look back, I was the only lady auditor in all of India and the only lady trainer in all of India. And second to my mentor. Of course, he was a male. But the way he mentored me, the way he was actually there, right there, always present, sharing his knowledge and his understanding and his wisdom, if I may say so, with me, not at all insecure about anything because he knew that she's coming up, right? Always willing to learn, hungry for knowledge. He gave me his best. And something that I always admire about him is also that he always took a feedback from me. I mean, I was just nobody. But for him to take a feedback from me showed how humble, how, you know, down to earth he is. He also wanted to know whether he is doing the right thing by me. Was he training me correctly? So yeah, so I think I always remember that. And somewhere I think my formative years, I it was ingrained in my mind that as a leader, you need to be there. You have to walk the talk. You have to be standing right in front and leading your people. You can't just be behind and saying, okay, you do this, you do that. You need to be right in front. So I think that is something I admired a lot. Worked with him for 10 years and I learned a lot. Thereafter, of course, there have been many others who have come and gone as I have progressed in my career. But he's one person I always will remember, admire, and thank him a lot for whatever he did for me.
Yeah, excellent. Seema, coming to you. I mean, as CEO of a construction software company, construction software is not a small, it's not, I mean, it's not, no joke. It's not everybody's, cup of tea. But having worked in this industry, so what are the kind of barriers, may have encountered? I mean, in this industry, so that, for your own growth, for your own person.
Actually, to be very fair, it's very, fashionable to say that I was held back or had barriers. But with due respect to all the men that I have worked with, I really did not find any barriers as such. That said, they could be more as perceptions or biases. Like when you go into a room and you're one of the few women there on the table, people don't know how to kind of like measure you up. Or rather, you are there, and especially if you're sitting in a pink dress, they are like, I don't know what to do exactly, right? So maybe more than that, it's a hesitation. And so what I need to always do is make sure that I hasten the way I establish my credibility and my capability more than maybe a man would need to do in the room. That said, once I have shown what I can bring to the table, it's not about gender. It never has been. It's about the individual and what they contribute. So I would say confidence and capability is the way to go. And I think now we're beyond that, right? It's like barriers, like me, at least I have had the good fortune not to face those.
Shweta, as an HR person, do you think empathy at the workplace is very important?
Absolutely. Empathy in leadership is a cornerstone, and it helps in not only inculcating confidence in the team down the line, but also to encourage innovation and create a more resilient organization. When people feel that, your point of view is going to be heard, valued, they will be more upcoming and forthcoming to give their contributions, their ideas. And that's how the organization can become more agile, resilient, and innovative. And that's something which gives a competitive edge, I guess.
Yeah, possibly, because I mean, I understand, sympathy and empathy are, they're not exactly synonyms of each other, but yeah, I mean, you could, mix them up for each other. Shashi, yeah, it's working. Okay. Everything works well here. Great. Great. Some of the hard lessons that you may have learned. I have to ask this question, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So organizations are working to increase gender diversity in infrastructure. I mean, because I have gone to a lot of infrastructure companies and I see a lot of women on the floor, like especially doing accounts, most of them into accounting or HR or something like that. So how much of gender diversity exists in the infrastructure companies that you have worked with?
See, I won't be able to put that into a metric at the moment because it's quite dynamic. But then one thing is for sure, all the industries are making efforts to have that inclusive and that, D&I on board. So is the infrastructure company. Now, but infrastructure, the ballgame changes is because if you see the reciprocation, if you see the input intake in terms of the civil engineers, the women who are pursuing bachelor's or a diploma in civil engineers, the conversion rate of, converting those engineers into a professional engineer, that conversion rate is less due to reasons well known. But then, yes, AFCONS is taking, huge efforts, and so is the industry and all the other EPC contractors. The only thing that inhibits or, shies a woman is, I think, some of her conditioning, but then the resources are good enough in today's time and we are there for each other to, to boost the morale and confidence. And there are a lot of platforms and avenues to bridge that diversity gap.
So how different would hiring be? I mean, since you're an HR, how different would hiring be a person for an infrastructure company versus a real estate company?
Real estate, at least the periphery, the boundary is defined. This is my boundary, this is my area, my utility, my compliances, my statutory, everything is quite defined and limited. Whereas in infra, due to different factors, the socio-economic, the political, the governance, the statutory, it's quite dynamic and you need to be very agile and, on your toe, on your foot every moment. So that's one key difference. I think even you would resonate with that coming from the real estate sector. And but then it's not just the civil engineer and playing the civil engineer execution hat. We have women who are taking different roles, running a TBM, a tunnel boring machine deep down in the earth. Whereas somebody who's taking the role of a company secretary or in accounts or in HR, or a planning or a design engineer. So we have women who are playing different roles in infrastructure.
I'm not going to Switzerland to run a tunnel boring machine.
No, we'll fly you. We'll.
Yeah. Okay. So anyways, so I would like all of you to answer this one question. What's helped you build confidence?
Curiosity, to learn more, to be more, to understand more. And when you're learning a lot more than what you actually need to know, somehow I think you just get very confident about a lot of different topics. And so you're able to then communicate more effectively. You can put your point across more effectively. And when it's your own subject, if you're passionate about it and you're learning, obviously you get so much more confident about, talking about it or kind of prophesizing that passion. And so I think also somewhere, I think confidence is, I won't say genetic, but it's the environment that you've been brought up in also. So I won't take it away from there. So it's, you've been given that confidence right from the beginning. So I was born in a family. I have two siblings, another, sister and a brother. And incidentally, both me and my sister are much more qualified than my brother. And so there was no stopping us. Fortunately, we could do whatever we wanted to do. And way back in 91, when I told my dad I want to go to the US and do my master's, he didn't even blink an eyelid. He said, you have to do all your stuff, paperwork. I'm not helping you with that. Okay, once you get through, you do your paperwork, then we'll see. So, but you go. So I think that also instills a lot of confidence. At 21, I was on my own, flying to another country, which I had never been to before. Yeah, that brought a lot of confidence. So I think that's where it all lies. So I would say every family needs to just make sure, it doesn't matter which, the son or the daughter, whoever wants to do whatever they want to do, please back them up. Yeah.
Okay. So I was talking to my sister just before this conference. And, we were discussing about this confidence thing. And I'm still new to panel discussions and everything. So we were just discussing, confidence, what she even said, that, for me, I think it's a journey. It gets built with time. It gets built with, for me, at least for me, it gets built with, a little bit of mentorship as well. I've seen my dad being one of the greatest leaders in this industry. And I always want to be like him. But initially I was like, oh, it can come inherently to me. Maybe my dad is a leader. My uncles are, all of them, they're the biggest leaders I've ever seen, the best leaders. So I felt, okay, this will come inherently to me. But later on, when I started on that journey, I realized that I have to work for it as well. I have to have right knowledge, right experience to actually bring that confidence to their level. So at that time I realized that it's a work. It's not very easy to have that kind of confidence when you see people, double your age who have actually very good experience to actually lead them. And another thing, I just feel that, yes, I have been very lucky to have great mentorship like my dad and my uncles. And I think that also builds confidence when you are able to discuss even small things with them. You are able to understand their opinions and maybe discuss your opinions with them. So I think, yes, again, coming back, yes, it's a big, it's a journey for me. But yes, it's very, yes, confidence is something that might come inherently, but people have to, to become the best in that, you have to work for it.
Just to build on what she said, step one is, as I had mentioned earlier, overcome your self-doubt. Don't think this real estate and construction, being a very conventional industry that you have, how can I do that, Many females, step one, overcome that. Don't doubt yourself. If need be, fake it till you make it in the room of men's. And based on that, I guess, asserting your experience, being vocal about it, and advocating for yourself is very important. That's all from me. And also other women, sorry.
Absolutely. So of course, part of confidence is the way you project yourself. I get that. It's how you are born, it's your genes, it's how you raise yourself, it's the opportunities you have in life and so much more. But at various points in my life, when I was faced with something which I didn't know enough of, that's when you feel that you are not that confident. So what I believe in truly is preparation. When you go into a meeting, when you go into any kind of aspect of your life, prepare. Take a pause. Take some time. Prepare. Now, because you're prepared, you know what you're going to say is right. It's going to have an impact. The knowledge that gives you when you enter a room by itself gives you confidence. When you open your mouth, you're not spouting some rubbish. You are saying something that you know will appeal to people out there. And I think that gives me the confidence. So all that I need to do is when I'm faced with something like something that I've not done before, I will make sure I am prepared. And I think that brings confidence.
Agree. Taking a cue from her, it is about preparation. And for me, what works for my confidence is something I believe maybe I was born with it. That's one thing. And having believed that I have that confidence, I would also, take up these opportunities wherever I would find me lacking, getting ready for that job, doing my own R&D, no shyness in going back and opening the textbooks. Okay. And definitely the family I come from, my friends, they also encourage you to give out your best. So again, it enhances my confidence. And the organizations I'm associated with, my colleagues, my bosses, my HODs. So these are the things which have ingrained and helped me build my confidence over these years.
Okay, my final question, I think we're already over time. My final question again to all one of you. If you had to change 3 things about your industry, think carefully what you say. 3 things about the industry that you're in, what would that be? We're live on YouTube.
Okay. So I'm from the con-tech world, right? It's a term that I like. Construction, we are real estate and infrastructure-based companies, construction, SaaS software. So I will talk about my sector because that's where I start. So it's the way industry leaders perceive technology. It's like how they think. Like still, I think a lot of companies, by and large, look at con-tech as AutoCAD plans, Microsoft project plans, and accounting software. But it's so much more, right? In our industry, which is fraught with risk, has so much changing all the time. Change is the only constant. I think now it's more about, can I live without technology, or rather whether do I need it? It's a bricks and mortar industry. No, you have to be prepared. So the first change that I would like to see is how people perceive technology. That's first. The second thing is for industry leaders to be the change. They need to lead, they have to lead from the front. We've been fortunate to work with some amazing visionary leaders in this industry over so many years in so many geographies. And the common thread that I found in these leaders who are inspirational is that they perceived what the world would be like and moved towards that rather than adapting to where the world was. So basically, be the change that you wish to see. It's a term that is often used, a quote that is often used. And I would say that's what I would like to see people do, is don't just follow, adapt, be a visionary, think of what you want. These are things that I would like changes to be in.
Why not? For me, okay, real estate industry, what to change? I think first thing that I would like to change is, like, I want to stop calling it a male-dominated industry. Like, you know, since I'm seeing so many women here, so I don't think so it's a male-dominated industry anymore. So yes, I want to change, even if there's a mindset for it, I just want to change it, that there's nothing like that. It's like same for everybody. It's like any other industry, any other place, any other company whatsoever. I think another thing, it's not about change. I'll say that what I want to change in real estate is when any individual is buying a house. Okay, in India, it is always perceived that, oh, I think not in India also, it is perceived as something a very big investment, a very difficult process to go through. So I just want to make it easy. I don't want them to get scared or take like 1 or 2 years in making that decision. So I want this industry to grow to such level where if I want to buy a house even at 21, I don't have to get scared. For example, I can just go online, check it out, fill the forms. I can do knowledge basically. So I just feel that right now it's a very scary process as somebody who's maybe 22, 23-year-old. So I just want for them to change in such a way that it becomes easy for them to acquire a house and not a lengthy and scary process. I think these two things I would like to change for now.
So, yeah, I mean, of course, I mean, I would say that it's a very changing landscape for real estate and construction, if I speak of it as of today. Also, you know, with a lot of impetus given on the development of the country, you know, it's a very promising sector for everyone, and the landscape is changing. So if I have to point out I mean, we as a country, if we are looking at evolving, developing, competing with the likes of the other developed countries, government has to make it easy for everyone to, you know, to build good homes, you know. So incentivizing, you know, there are many rural sectors in India itself who have different norms of construction, and, you know, every state has got a different norm. That becomes a very tedious process for even the construction guys, people to work and give the homes efficiently. So yeah, that's more on a geopolitical level, first and foremost. Second is, of course, capability building for people to buy homes. So that helps, you know, the gross income of the per capita income of the nation has to enhance. More people have to be skilled, upskilled, looking at that direction, you know. So if people have to buy a home, they have to be capable of buying the home. Working towards it is very crucial. And you know, that landscape has to change. And third, and very important is adopting technology in construction. If we look at countries outside of India, they're leveraging automation, innovation, and technology in giving better quality and in material as well as construction. So adopting that, introducing it in India, by India, that also is crucial. Thank you. That's from me.
Okay, so few changes which I would like to see in my infrastructure industry is coming from top to down, you know, from client to subcontract to contractors to subcontractors, and, you know, to vendors and suppliers. In that chain, I would like to bring in the sensitivity element. You know, everyone, be it my vendor supplier, be it my labor subcontractor, the stock supply contractor, everybody is contributing. Everybody deserves their share of acknowledgement and respect. So I would expect that to flow from the client to, this chain of hierarchy. Second, I would also like to have a sensitivity towards women workforce, not only as a management cadre woman. When I say management, taking up office jobs or, engineers, but somehow workforce who is at the ground level, my contract laborers, right now, definitely there is more of a men population, but in future, there will be a dearth of contract laborers and women workforce would, supersede that. So we need to have that sensitivity at the ground level to those women contract laborers. And third thing, to attract more of this generation into infrastructure, I think we should make it more glamorous, make the sector more attractive, because somehow as an engineer, I would pursue a IT or an AI or aeronautics engineering, but not a civil engineering. So I think I think this forum would make it more attractive for the young workforce to enter this industry and sustain.
I have two civil engineer friends. They studied for 4 years civil engineering, then got into journalism. Yeah. Anyway, thank you so much. We have a small token of appreciation for you. Thank you so much. You all were wonderful. I would like to invite Vibhor Srivastav and Captain Edwin Saldana to do the honors. Let's have a group photo also, please. Yeah. अच्छी फोटो लेना प्लीज. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So before we start the second panel discussion, can we have the Experion AV play, please? Now come to the second panel discussion, celebrating a glorious growth with a grand future. I'm still trying to figure out what it means, but okay. I now call upon Rashmi Naikar, commercial design editor for Commercial Design Magazine and your moderator for this panel. Okay. Our first panel is Palak Dani Mansotra. Is she here? Where's Palak? Is Sunita here? Yeah. So Dr. Sunita Purushottam, Head of Sustainability, Mahindra Lifespace Developers, has over 20 years of sustainability strategy and environmental consultancy experience in the areas of environmental impact assessment, air emissions modeling and meteorology, GHG emissions inventory and carbon offsets, carbon neutrality strategy, waste management and water risk. She is a certified GHG emissions inventory quantifier and fellow of the Royal Meteorological Society, London. Is Palak here? Palak Mansotra? Okay. Tejaswini Joshi, Assistant General Manager, HR, AFCONS, holds an MMS in HR from St. Francis Institute of Management and Research, University of Mumbai, and a postgraduate degree in science. Her work includes spearheading employee well-being programs that take a holistic approach to physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual health. She has also designed leadership development interventions and led L&D process interventions. Vyoma Moti Ramani studied architecture at Kamla Raheja Vidyanidhi Institute of Architecture, Mumbai. In order to understand an architecture on an international level, she pursued an exchange program called INCH. That's how you pronounce it? Inch. Okay. With the University of Bern, Switzerland. She joined IM Kadri, where she upgraded her experience and knowledge as an architect. She then moved on to forming her own practice, Design Lab Vyoma, where she independently designed and executed medium and high-end interior residential and corporate projects. Gunjan Bajaj, Principal Designer, Gutika. House of Design. Gutika House of Design is a Mumbai-based firm with new-gen interior design service and an inordinate traditional aesthetic sensibility. It has been 12 years since it started this journey as designers. They create unique and personalized designs that perfectly reflect the style and personality of their clients. The stage is open.
Hello. Hello. Firstly, if I can have just few more mics here. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, Jayashree, for bringing us all together. That was a good catch. Thank you. Oh, no worries. Welcome, Palak, to the panel. All right. So that was an amazing first panel discussion that we had. So many points that I drew from you. One of the points that I actually want to speak to each of the panels is how they got into the field that they are. I mean, I was making Seema, you are into Experion, and that is construction software, which is so uncharted, and you've made it happen. That is something I want to know how you did it. Namrata got into ESG professionalism as an expert into that, and that is years before like sustainability was just getting and I want to understand what was the vision behind that you chose into come. I really want to sit with you girls to talk to this. And even Dr. Shashi, she went into from homeopathy to HR and real estate. These are some really amazing stories and journey that I would love to know if you y'all can give me a moment later. But coming to my panel, I want to actually start with that first. So if each of y'all, I mean, it might not be, honestly, I myself wanted to be a CA first, but I am here. So I just wanted to understand what's been your trajectory into this field and how did y'all navigate this career and this journey? To start with, Sunita, you could.
It's been a long journey and I'm here by accident.
Okay.
So I'll begin with that. I'm a physics postgraduate, and then I did my PhD in environmental science and engineering, and years of environmental consulting, India and abroad, technology, ESG platforms, and creating one platform in a startup. And then this opportunity came up, and then I said, okay, this is an opportunity to actually do something, because I felt that cross-sectoral experience helps, but taking that environmental knowledge and also the knowledge of physics into built environment has been really amazing because it actually brings everything together, whatever I have done. So it's physics and it's environment and it's technology, and now getting into implementation, it's been fun.
Oh, that's really interesting. That's amazing.
Good morning, everyone. I think from physics, chemistry comes in.
Oh, Lord. See, I knew there were journeys here.
So I'm also a postgraduate in science, did my master's in chemistry. And then the shift happened to management. It was initially not a planned one, but with a lot of discussions with my friends who were from the stream, I think I took the plunge. And some of the things which did help me in navigating through the subject were similar to just go in depth, deep dive in the subject. Whenever any implementation is to be planned in the organization, just think over it, have a clear purpose, do an in-depth study, and I think it pays dividends in the long run. Thank you.
Like Vyoma, if you could.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my journey actually, it started off very young where I knew I wanted to do something related to art, but I wasn't sure what about art, whether it was commercial or interior or fashion designing or architecture or anything.
Okay.
So just to have a wider range, I just got into architecture, which was like a little default at that time. And once I got into architecture, I just realized that my love for it was so genuine that I never looked back for anything else.
Oh.
I just feel being an architect or the whole process of those years of study and progress, it just opens your vision to kind of appreciate a lot of other things besides architecture. So be it cinema, be it photography, be it dance, be it so many other, forms of art that, nothing was ever monotonous or boring from then that day onwards. So every day something new. Every day I'm, open to more knowledge, open to learning something new. So that was like something that got me hooked on to this and has still kept me going. And I feel my journey is very young and it's just begun and I have a long way to learn and, explore in this field. So that's how I got into this.
After 3 accidental real estate, there's one who knew the direction that she wanted to get into.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of knew I wanted to do into art, but not exactly in which field of that.
Hi, I'm Gunjan. So looking at our previous panelists and right now, I think some accidents are good. As of me, I was always inclined towards design. Reason being, when you're designing lifestyles, you're designing structures, you're shaping up lives of people. So that really inspired me since I was in school, actually. So getting into creative field was always what I wanted to do. In fact, my parents were like, why don't you do science and why don't you do all of this? And I dropped it out. Then they were really scared. What is she going to do in life? Is she going to make it in life or no?
So y'all were the all.
Yeah, that's the norm, right? But no, it's been a great journey so far and great things coming, of course. The construction has been challenging as a woman for sure, but I'm looking forward to bringing in more people,
Okay.
men and women who are supportive of each other, actually. Thank you.
Palak, if you can.
Hi, I wouldn't say for me it was accidental. Yes, I would say real estate was accidental for me though, but marketing and getting into the creative field, I think I've done my mass comms and then masters. So I don't think that was accidental for me, but yes, industry perspective, I started off with my entertainment as my career.
Okay.
And I did 1 decade of entertainment with most of the GCs, Sony, Z, etc. Post which, yes, real estate happened accidentally to me.
Okay.
Initially, obviously, it was a challenge though, because entertainment, the pace is really, really fast, and when you entered real estate, it was very difficult to understand that, they are like breaking one building and when are they going to finish it up? It's really
And so basically we've shared the deck of questions with them before, but this I've pounced on them without any knowledge, but I'm so glad we got to explore and know about each of your journey here. So now coming to the serious deck of questions. So first I wanted to start with you, Sunita. You are also a professional in the field of sustainability and you've taken it quite ahead. So I just wanted to understand with the company, with the brand that is Mahindra Lifespaces, how have you been able to push the changes or the processes? How have you brought it about within Mahindra itself?
Wow. So, well, I think the brand gives a good starting point.
Okay.
And the brand intent was always there. And as a Mahindra Group, Planet Positive, and the RISE framework that we have really gives that frame of reference where to work from. However, being in the construction industry and dealing with people.
You said the RISE framework.
RISE framework.
Is that?
It's Mahindra RISE.
Okay.
Mahindra RISE.
Right,
And
okay.
it's RISE to be future ready, RISE to create value. And it's also we have also got a positive framework, which is trust positive, people positive, and planet positive. So we use these frameworks to actually guide across, what actions to be taken. So that gives a good framework. But coming to the sector, Mahindra Lifespaces, taking cue from Mahindra, started doing its reporting way back in 2012. When no real estate company ever even thought of a sustainability report. So so I think we are a reference organization for any construction company to actually see, okay, what needs to be reported. And then we stepped up. We said in 2014, we will do a 100% green portfolio. And then in 2020, I said we said we'll do net zero. All our developments will be net zero by 2030. And that's the journey we are on. However, how do we push this internally? What are the kind of resistances that you get? So I did something which is called a maturity assessment model, which every site is subjected to and every function is subjected to every quarter. And we kind of gamified it. And gamified it in the sense, in a very simple way, is to give scores. And we said, okay, we will compare. And once when we started comparing, the competition just began. It became so heated in the sense that, why is my site not getting this score? Why is my site not getting recognized? Why is my function being left out? What did I do wrong? Can you tell me what needs to be done? So we gamified it. So that really helped, I think. And the kind of engagement that we got from people on the ground. And I have always told my projects people that no matter what the design team tells you, the people on the ground actually can do the change or even spot something that has gone missing. So you are the most powerful. And with that kind of empowerment, I have got initiatives back from them.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been amazing. And it's
I-
a lot of love and that I've got from the projects team.
I really
And the
love the
operations
term
team.
you used, gamified, because
Gamified.
it makes it fun and it makes it so much more engaging. Coming to you, Tejaswini, I just want to understand something like what she did, like gamifying an entire score sheet for sustainability across sites. Processes or workflows like this cannot be easily implemented or integrated into the systems of a corporate that's been running for ages in a certain manner, you know. So I just want to understand, how do you push for this kind of systematic change management, especially when it comes to new ideas, or ideas are not that even popular? There is resistance, but how do you overcome it, and how have you gone about this particular process?
Okay, so basically, any kind of systemic change or a change management, it's a slow and a steady process. It's thought of a thing that needs to be done with a proper strategy. Now, being in HR, we have to drive these change management initiatives across the organization. It also requires a lot of study in terms of the alignment, what needs to be done, and getting all the stakeholders together on a common platform with a common shared purpose. So the main thing here is the purpose has to get defined, and then communicating it across the organization by senior leaders through various forums, so that it reaches every person in the organization what needs to be done. I think when the alignment comes in, then the resistance to change slightly comes down. So I would just like to give an example of our organization. In AFCONS, we have this vision set by the management, and it's driven by our senior leaders across the organization through internal forums, meetings, presentations, leadership trainings, so that every engineer, every employee or person in the organization knows what is there to get achieved as an organization as a whole. So our senior leaders, they participate in this transformative exercise. I think from there it drops down, and I think it grows at the ground level, or goes to each and every employee in the organization. So just to sum it up, I think a common purpose needs to get defined. The alignment has to be there, and I think then it pays its lasting impact.
So the leaders have to be involved at every level.
So I would say all stakeholders have to come together for a common purpose. If the alignment is not there, then I think the resistance comes in.
Absolutely.
And the second thing is it should go to everyone. What is it that we are going to do? What is the common objective that needs to be achieved?
Correct, correct. Palak, if I may ask you, we've heard the terms male dominated industry, or like, you know, male intensive, or everything. And hats off to, sorry, I forgot, she said we need to change that particular perspective, which is so true. I just want to understand, as women, what are the unique customer, focus perspective that we bring on to this industry? Like, you know, what do you think has been and changed in that particular aspect?
So I feel, like somebody mentioned, which maybe I missed, that real estate is predominantly a male-driven society, you know, and an industry. Women's bring a holistic thought process. Okay. I think our ability of seeing through things into detail, you know, understanding the customer, their requirements and the end user's requirements, trying to align their requirement with our projects, whether it is community living or amenities or whatever required, you know. I think women's bring and foster long-term relationships with customers.
Correct.
You know,
Yes, yeah.
and this helps the customer to stay back with the brand and also create a positive brand impact.
Correct. Okay.
That is how I feel that, you know, women's definitely grow in this.
Gunjan and Vyoma, both of y'all are hands down into the, designing and architecture field as such. And I know y'all not only have to, at least corporates aside, when I know this practice comes into board, not only y'all have to handle the client yourselves, but even the carpenter, mistri, on site, everything happens. I want to understand, how has both your journeys been managing both the sides of this equation, and I know that is a very tedious job to manage the site, especially when it comes to corporate. At least you have a line down chain of action that happens, but you all here are facing them hands down, day in and day out, making them understand, bhaiya aise nahi hai, aise karna hai. So how do you all do that?
So like I always say that our industry even now is not very organized. Like you said, the corporate has a set down rules, and they have these apps and now websites where they, upload everything and everything is updated and stuff. We still don't have that, unfortunately. And I would love to incorporate that. Slowly and swiftly, we are doing that. So the clients can get regular updates just by a tap of, on a website. So managing your clients and your contractors is two different ball game altogether. Because with the client, you're all like all glam. You have to literally talk in English, and then with the career, if you're talking, you'll feel like I'm a different person. You'll think that I may have split personality or something. No, but the point is that getting your work done, getting things right, and getting the design, as desired or as imagined by us, that is what is very, very important in terms of when you're training. I feel that even the design schools should incorporate a subject like this, because this is something that we have learned only on job.
Correct. Yeah.
On job training or something. But yes, when things don't, like ma'am said, on field is very important. Like you just cannot sit on a desktop and design. You have to be out there. You have to climb steps. You have to, there have been moments when there was the lift was not installed, and it was a 18th story, like my site was on the 18th floor. I literally climbed it. I said, I think I'm not going to the gym after this. No, so yeah, it's basically the amalgamation of both worlds, I would say. And how well it's organized. Every step is different. Every site is new. How you do it is, it's a everyday learning, I would say.
Vyoma, what would be your inputs on this?
Yeah, I totally back her in a lot of points, because our sector is very unorganized, and we work with a lot of corporates, like there's L&T, there's JSW and all. So there's a lot of learning that I am right now in this phase where I'm trying to get that into our sector, or at least in my studio at whatever level that I can do, because it's sometimes so difficult and so overwhelming, where everything is together at one side, at one client, it's the design phase. One side you're doing handovers, one side you're doing some kind of, procurement of materials. So we've started getting into systems now, where every site has to have a system of what's the workflow, what's your schedule, what's your timeline for what material purchase. So even the client knows that, the next 3 months, this is the time they need to invest also.
Correct.
So this misconception is there in our thing that, I've hired a designer or an architect and, they will do everything. But if you've hired me and you expect my time, you need to put in same amount of time, because it's your work at the end that I'm doing.
Correct.
So that mindset, I feel, needs to change, which I'm seeing now.
Okay.
And I think there's a lot of learning that we can take from these corporate giants, because their structure is very good, which we don't have. So yeah, somewhere I feel getting into these softwares that help you keep your timeline, or help you tabulate your work progress, or where what is lagging, or why there are delays, because that's a very common thing in our profession. Everything always delays, and you're just wondering at the end that what went wrong where.
Absolutely.
So, if you have a record of it, then you know that these are the mistakes and errors I've made, and I'll make sure that doesn't happen again to at least 50%, or whatever the best you can do. So, with every project, I think that learning and adapting to new systems and, some kind of, what do you say, like a workflow which is already tried and tested by these corporates. I think that really helps us maybe learn and
That's actually a
progress
very
from
good
there.
point, to adapt to something that's existing in the industry
Which
becomes
is
an
already there. So
easier
you make use of it rather than, doing trial and error and spending those extra years. You
Correct.
might as well adapt to something which is already tried and tested, So yeah.
Sunita, coming back to you, I just want to understand what are some of the ways that you think gender diversity is encouraged and can be encouraged in the real estate industry? Is it still do people still have the mindset ke no ye role ke liye, like it won't be a right fit, we'll have to get this person? Do you think that still goes on in the boardrooms or any this? I'm just trying to be open and understand what it is here.
So in the previous panel, there was a very wonderful comment made by an earlier panelist that you have to establish your credibility. And after you have established, it's, it's same for men and women. However, for women at entry level, it is a different proposition. So I actually wanted to do civil engineering after 12th. So my mother said that nahi site pe jana hota hai, hoga. And my father said, okay, drop it and you do physics because you love physics. I said, okay, we are all from pure science background.
Okay.
So I think that bias is not as much there. But once a person does civil engineering, what are the kind of opportunities that are there and how do you mainstream these people? And at Mahindra, we have done a very wonderful program, which is called the Graduate Engineer Trainee Program, where they are given a 1-year full roundup on across sites, across functions, and then they get the job also. So that the entire process is so streamlined that they are not overwhelmed, and their families, and many of these girls are coming from rural backgrounds. They are probably even are the first one out from their village, have done civil engineering, but are preferring to live in Pune, Bombay, and other locations wherever we are operating, and we have created that platform. I think that really helps. Now, coming to whether people should be hired, what kind of biases, that is something HR is working very consciously to remove the biases, and we have actually taken and having more women at site, we have a diversity of 22%, which is quite high for this sector. And those biases have been worked on consciously. So there could be biases. For example, we still don't have in the safety function, in the safety function, there is no woman. There are women in all other functions except the safety function. So that is something that I'll have to talk to Kamlesh, let's see if there are people available. So there could be some biases, but our HR is doing a fabulous job on removal of biases.
They play a big role into how this
They do
mindset,
play a big role. In fact, even shortlisting of CVs and, if we could look at
the names that
the CVs and how to influence the hiring managers. Yeah.
Tejaswini, I just want to understand, like how Sunita mentioned, is organization which is a country bound, like an Indian grown or this. But we see a lot of MNCs that is entering our landscape across every industry. You think the entry of international companies or these MNCs have changed? Not that this is not a problem across, because I've read so many stories, even on international platforms, which I don't know if you guys have seen this Netflix series called Running Point, which is about a female leading a male-dominated basketball team in US, and how she shunned initially taking up the role, and then how she goes on to grow into it. So something like that. But I just want to understand, has that still made a difference in our Indian context per se as such? The entry of these MNCs and their guidelines to gender diversity.
Well, there could be some best practices that can be adopted from the MNCs and some learnings that can be done in the current structure that we have in construction or infrastructure. I wouldn't say a dynamic change that would probably come in, But if I take the example of infrastructure or construction per se, what we also follow in our organization is safety of prime importance. If you were to see the safety standards that are maintained in foreign geographies when it comes to implementing safety practices, it's something that is instilled in them. You don't have to specifically tell that you wear a PPE or thing, otherwise there would be a penalty or punishment. But these are things which needs to be reinforced in terms of the safety thing that we follow at construction sites in India. In our organization, we have this as one of our strategic goals in AFCONs, to be in top 10 globally in safety. And there's a lot of safety related initiatives which have been followed and taking place in the organization. So I would probably put it as with these MNCs coming in with the foreign partners, JVs that we have, the best practices is what something can be adopted and probably taken ahead and forward, rather than just blindly following any path.
Okay. Vyoma, I just want to understand, thank you so much for that, Tejaswini. I just want to understand, setting up a practice is never an easy job. It is because in design school, you don't learn about profit and loss, you don't learn about managing clients, you don't know what is debit, credit, salary, kuch nahi hai. So I just want to understand, setting up practice, I'm sure both of you all must have faced a lot of barriers. And of course, now that your firm at the pinnacle that it is, it's reached there. So what are some of the biggest barriers that you all have personally and even in the field as such that you all have been able to overcome establishing and setting up a practice like this as such?
Well, so yes, I think this is a teething issue that I think all designers face when they want to, set out to make their own studio, to get your own mark in the industry. Initially, as we know, like schools don't teach you the practical knowledge. It's just the knowledge of, how to draft, how to design, how to get into details, etc. But when you're out in the field, when you actually start getting in at ground level, there is so much learning. I think I learned everything from zero the day I started doing my first site. I was just like, what did I do for those 5-7 years in architecture? I did just learning how to get the designs ready, but getting it executed is another ballgame. So it was a slow process, and it was a process from zero for me. Like I didn't have anybody in my near dear people who were either architects or designers, in relatives or friends or anybody. Friends, of course, but they all were the same level. So I didn't have any parents or anybody who were in this field at all. So they were as clueless as me. The only thing I could get from them is how to run the business, because at the start it was you, then you start recruiting, then you're growing, and then you're wondering how are you going to make sure your bills are met, and how is it profitable? How are you going to make sure it's sustainable? How are you going to make sure that you're going to keep getting that repetitive clients? It's easy to hire. But then what? I have to make sure after that project ends, I have enough work for that person for the next time. So those things were a challenge which I learned from my parents, because they were always very much into career, and from my husband, they were always into the business mentality sector. So as a woman, I didn't have much exposure to all of that as a child, but that's something I had to really push to kind of keep asking around or keep figuring out, okay, how is this business run? Or how have you done this for all your life? What is it that I don't know, which I need to incorporate? Because now I feel it's less of a design studio, it's more of a business. So I need to make sure that all these HRs, your policies, your salaries, your increments, your everything comes in, your taxation, and you're just like, I'm doing like 20% designing and 80% of my mind is just making sure that the studio is surviving and growing. So it's a very different, ball game after the first initial years. Initial years was just me learning. And now it's about me teaching them so that I can focus on other things and keep growing. So yeah, that's
That's actually very beautiful put, every aspect of it. Gunjan?
I would put it like this. It's like you're crawling, then you're walking, and then you're running.
Okay.
Right? So when you're crawling, you are at the inception stage where you are only focusing on your design and, how my design has to come out the way I've thought of it. But when you start walking is when you realize that getting hooked on to that initial design is not the way to go. The end goal is what is important. So focus on that. And on the way, the journey, there can be changes, like changes constant, like we always say. So adapt those changes and bring the best out of your design.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
So when you're running, you've already showcased your best. So when you do that, people are drawn to you.
Correct.
When that aspect is taken care of, then you need to look into the nitty-gritties of your business management and, controlling your contractors. Someone is running away, someone is all of that. But yeah, once I always think of making even my design industry on autopilot mode, which is very difficult. But I always want to work towards that, looking for ways to do that. Yes, challenges will be there, of course. We can, always come together and solve those challenges. But definitely, putting together both aspects has been a challenge and it's been difficult. Working towards it every day, I would say, just keep going.
Okay. Palak, I just want to understand we've seen generations before us work, the women before our generation faced a certain kind of challenges, and we are still facing a completely different set of challenges right now. What are the challenges that you foresee the next generation of female leaders and women that are coming up would be facing, going forth from this point?
So I feel we in this generation have faced far difficult challenges, at least in the real estate industry, okay, and with the marketing perspective, because like we all know, being a male-dominant society, you have to break those mindsets of the typical stereotypes.
Correct.
And I think for the next gen also, it will be a little difficult for them to break the stereotype mindset. It will be somewhere also the disparity in the pay scales, and for them to be heard in the boardrooms. Their opinions to be valued in the boardrooms. Things are changing, yes, okay. Things are changed. I'm not saying no, but it is not still equal, I would say. So maybe for the next gen, that will also be a little difficulty for them to be heard, be valued, and be understood by the larger set of audience who are there in the boardroom, to understand that, your viewpoint as a woman or an industry expert is of the same value as any other board member in the team. I think things are changing though, and that is how we see more and more women leadership now coming in, at least from the previous decade. And I think, I'm sure they'll all shine and do great.
That's nice. I just want to understand this from each of you, actually. What is the one lesson that has been a very hard-hitting fact? There is this one moment in all of our careers where we've been like, oh my God, did this actually happen or something like that? But we learn and move on from there, move on, and we try to integrate different changes. I just want to understand, what was that moment for y'all? What was that lesson that kind of paved the way, for y'all to become the women that y'all are today?
So I would take this up as if, I would not say lesson, but I would say change that I felt, okay, which I thought was not so easy. But when I passed through it, I thought, yes, I could do it. So typically, like I told you, the earlier 10 years of my career out of the 22, 25 years currently, was purely into entertainment. And when you are in an industry which produces and telecasts shows every week, okay, so you're practically traveling pan-India 20 days a month, okay, because you have constant launches happening, you have constant, shows, telecasting and so on and so forth. And post that, there are parties, yes. But for you, those parties are work. Those parties are not parties for you, right? So you're still on toes. on those parties. Yes, it looks very glamorous, it looks very amazing, and so on and so forth. So when you are in that pace of constant running for 10 years, obviously age also is by your side at that point in time. And then when you somehow pick and choose an industry which is very different, okay, which probably you don't think while picking up one, but you eventually land up in, like real estate. Okay.
Correct, yes.
And then when you see that you are only doing like one campaign or like one TVC in like 3 months, it was like, oh my God, how does this happen? How will you even survive? For making one promo, it takes like 15 days. How do you even survive this? So obviously it takes a lot of time. Okay. For me, I think it took, I would say, nothing less than 3 months to first come and adjust and understand that, yes, this industry functions like this. Okay. But I think, yes, when I overcome that, I think it's been a fabulous journey for me.
That's nice. Thank you. Gunjan, what would you?
So, learning for me has always been about doing new challenges and taking up projects where, I always tell my clients, if you do not come and tell me what are you doing, then I'm not designed well enough, because that's my job, that's my training, that's what I need to bring, that you can do things differently, and when you have that perspective, there's always learning. So it's not like a particular thing or a particular project or a particular topic is my biggest learning. Every day is a learning for me. And taking up projects where, say today you're an architect, but you're working with a landscape designer, and when I'm working with them, I am so involved with them that today I know a lot of landscape working myself.
Okay.
So it does not only mean that you've given your drawings and you've given your stuff and that's it, that's your job. No, ensuring your vision comes to life.
Okay.
That's learning for me.
Okay, that's very nice.
So for me, just was thinking back, I don't think there is that one moment or that one incident that kind of changed or was like a milestone thing that made me what I am right now or today. I think it was just these smaller learnings at every step and accepting that you are going to fall, accepting it gracefully so you can rise up better without having the guilt or without feeling like, oh shit, I did this wrong. I don't know if I'll be able to, do this again without self-doubt. So I think that was something that I always keep in my mind, that it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay not to know something and to learn, because it's something, it's ever evolving, and you're going to be learning probably till the very last day or till you work.
Correct,
It's never going to be like you've achieved everything or you know everything about everything,
Correct,
So
yeah.
I think it was that mindset that kind of keeps making me evolve to becoming better at what we do. And also to kind of know that we are going to be in a very close contact with a variety of people. So we meet so many different clients, which are like from private homeowners to corporate giants to, anyone and everyone across. So we need to have, so I need to make sure that I can align to them. So I don't have a set mindset in my mind that, oh, it's a client, it needs to be designed like that. So if you have that openness in your mind, it's easier for you to adapt to the client's requirement so that your outcome is more holistic in a way. So I think, these were the two things
That's an insightful one, actually.
Well, I would resonate with what she said just now. I think for me, it's been a long journey. Having spent almost 2 decades in construction and being in HR, I think what I've learned is perseverance, because we just spoke about change management and organizational development initiatives. I think, as I said, it's a slow and a steady process. Many times we encounter challenges. There are disappointments that things are not working out. But what I feel is you just need to continue working towards your goal and be focused. And perseverance is something which you have to take in your stride. And I think that helps in the long run when we have to implement or do any change or do any activity in the organization. I think that's something which is taught me. And being in industry which is very dynamic, as construction is really a dynamic industry, there are a lot of opportunities to learn. I would say you are on a learning curve because each project which comes in is a unique project, and you have a diverse workforce wherein which also encourages innovation. So you are constantly learning. So I think just having a positive and an open mindset and just continue to focus doing what you are doing. I think that's the thing which I look forward to.
Just so that I have understood the question right, what mistake probably has helped you learn better?
Mistake or a moment that
Moment or mistake. Okay, so I think I have made so many mistakes all through my life because I've always prioritized doing rather than being a perfectionist. So perfectionism and me doesn't go together at all.
Okay.
So I do mistakes at home and I say, okay, live with it. This is what I've made today. And I make mistakes at office and I tell the people, okay, just forgive me. This English doesn't work for you. I'll write it better for you, but this is what I want to do. So I've always prioritized doing over the mistakes. And I've heard from people, you know, you shouldn't have written this, you shouldn't have written that. But broadly, do you agree with what I'm trying to propose or trying to do? And don't get in my way of doing things. And so mistakes, you live with it. Mistakes will happen. You don't have to be afraid. And I have a very thick skin, both at home and both at work, and I've also told my team that don't come to me because you are perfecting it, making it a perfect thing that you want to show it to me. I want to see a rough draft. I want it out in front of me. I want it executed even if it is not perfect. And even that works, you know, and in this sector, if you're trying to influence sustainability, it better be imperfect, but you do it nevertheless, instead of waiting for all the people to come and say, okay, this is how it has to be done perfectly.
That's
right.
true.
So
Exactly.
no perfectionism for me. Just make mistakes and keep doing things.
Rashmi, I would like to add to this actually. So even I initially was a perfectionist, and then I realized that the more perfectionist you want to be, the more it will get to your nerves and the work will not be done. So I would put this out to
I agree.
everybody. Yes, you should be good at your work. You should learn every day and you should try to be perfectionist, but embrace your mistakes, you know? Yeah. And that does not mean keep making them. Learn from new ones, learn from them, make new ones, and yeah, keep growing.
Okay. Could we take any questions from the audience that anyone would like to ask the panel? No? Okay, if you all don't mind, I have one question, all right, because I know I've been this. If you all want to ask, I can really ask. But this is something just came up between me and my brother. So I was preparing for this panel today, and he asked what was the topic, and I said this. And he rolls his eyes, like, oh, really? Karke. And he tells me that, do you know there is bias against men in the industry? 1 minute. So this is his point. He says that corporates or a lot of employees feel female are more invested and long-term in their jobs than men, and that men jump, all right, jump jobs or get poached very easily, but girls don't have this. And he's like, dude, I've seen my own friends face this bias in the sector where females are given more, certain jobs, maybe not everyone, but they've said, okay, no, we would want a girl into this. This may be off-railing a little from our topic, but this is just something, interesting argument, not in debate, that I had with him. So I just want to understand, what are your thoughts on it? Or how do you even handle poaching? Or when you all are training someone under you all for so long, I'm sure each of you all as leaders, even in this, are facing this, where you all take someone in your, care, and you all are training them, teaching them, they're learning on the job. And then maybe in 6 months, 8 months, they are off to it. This, yes, it does happen with, I would disagree with my brother. That is what I did last night. But it happens with guys and girls too. But how do you all handle this particular aspect or problem in the industry as such?
I think I can speak for my function and sustainability as a domain. I think it is what you can inspire them to do and as a team. And if you are well invested in that vision, ki, okay, as a team, we are going to be doing this. And these are the things we learn on the way and have fun. I think then relatively poaching can be reduced.
Okay, but
so
you
it's about,
agree there's this bias that
yes, I have seen men jump more. And in fact, I have many of my, many of the people who I mentor, my ex-colleagues and so on, I've told them that, you know, don't look at money only. Look at, okay, what you're learning. So it's not, no, I've got this much jump and I'm going to be jumping. And then you see in your pattern, you know, it's 1 year here, 2 years here, 1.5 years here. So it becomes difficult. And for women, probably it's more stability. Men have this tendency to jump a lot. So I have always mentored my the people who take advice from me. कि थोड़ा रुको, देखो कि whether it works or not.
Okay. So
but
there is this
there-
bias
there is- no, they like to
towards
jump. They like
women
to
in
jump
that.
because I think it's still there. Ki, you know, I'm getting a higher pay, or you know, you didn't give me a designation here. I'm getting that designation. So that love for designation and that love for you know, a higher salary. Everybody loves higher salary and a designation. But I would say personally, I have you know, taken that thing out of my head, and even my husband, you know, we don't look at our jobs like that. And we tell our son, nahi, isko is tarah se nahi dekha jata hai. That is not your identity. What you do actually is your identity, not your designation and the money, but you should be financially wise. So you should invest right from day one.
Okay. There's a question. The thing is, it's being recorded, so.
Thank you. I think I ask question every year to the panel whenever I'm here. So this question is because I come from the industry, I come from two fields. One is real estate, where I am a consultant. And the second one is recruitment, because I hire for the industry as well. I would ask all the women in the panel over there, don't you think that industry is still biased when we have to hire? Because when we get the mandates from the companies for hiring, the first question is, CRM के लिए लड़की चाहिए, calling के लिए लड़की चाहिए, GREA के लिए लड़की चाहिए. अरे agreed, but what about the other fields? You know, there you have यहाँ लड़का चाहिए, site पे लड़का चाहिए. So there is still a lot of bias which we have. All of us, we have vast experiences to ourselves. We've reached a certain level where we command those positions, or I mean, I put my foot down by saying, I'll give you a deserving candidate, whether it is a male or it is a female, you know. So we are still facing that, in spite of being leaders, in spite of celebrating our years together, in spite of carrying all the confidence that we carry. But unfortunately, we are not able to do anything for the peers we're coming forward to. As in, women still hesitate. I'll be very honest to you. Women still hesitate to get into consultancy, to be called as broker. नहीं आना है. करेंगे तो IPCs के साथ काम करेंगे. Individual broker नहीं बनना है. So what are your views on this? Sorry? So, you know, you are the leaders taking the biases, but what about others? I mean, we have a lot of women around the world. I hope you all would agree to what I'm saying. Sorry? We'll follow you for that, Jayashree.
So was that a question for the panelists?
Yes.
Yeah. So do you want to take it first and then I?
Yeah, so what I understand is, yes, there is a bias, even I feel, and I think we experience this in our day-to-day lives, okay? Especially maybe in hiring or in certain functions, like you mentioned. These statements you often hear, you know, that you need a lady for a CRM or a GRE, for that matter, for marketing as well, okay? So I think I hear this a lot. Okay. maybe it is a little positive for me that yes, they need females for marketing. So I'm happy about it though. But yeah, it doesn't feel overall good that yes, you are being bracketed into something like this, you know. Why I would again question this back to the industry, that why are females not, you know, asked to do a full-fledged sales job, okay, or head an entire sales team? What is it that we cannot do? Or for that matter, what is it that I feel that I cannot do as a sales and marketing head? And why can we only look at maybe a CRM and a marketing head as a lady, okay? So I think these perspectives definitely need to change, and they're still there in the industry. A lot of companies are changing. It's not they're not changing, but they take a lot of time to think through this, you know, because most of them, for them, it is obviously running the business and taking it to the next level. Maybe their thought is also that females might not be able to give that much amount of time, dedication because of the personal commitments, but I don't think that's pretty right, because today when you are on this stage and when you have crossed more than 2 decades in any kind of industry and you are leading, you know, with a huge team size, okay, you've already sacrificed a lot, okay, and you've already reached a stage, I feel, where there should not be any such bias, but yes, it still persists.
But don't you think it would be nice when, you know, women are marketing leaders? I mean, they hold the purse strings.
I'm absolutely happy about, yeah, women being marketing leaders. I think women should be marketing leaders across industries. And in fact, they should maybe ban women in the marketing.
So I have a slightly different take. Yes, I acknowledge that it exists, the bias exists, but do we really need to be equal in everything is the question I ask. Do we really have to go for all the jobs? It's also our preferences and where we want to spend time. And how we want to spend time. So it's always about equity, not about equality. And I'll cite one example. On Women's Day, you know, women were taken out for lunch, and I heard the men say that, you know, could we also be treated like this? I said, you have a valid point, because actually the women, you know, it was a light day for them and we were treated really well. So I think it's more about equity and equal opportunities to do whatever you want to do with your family. I mean, taking everybody together. I think a woman holds the family together. And when my father said that, you know, there are certain things in life you will have to do, which is not same as what your husband will do. And I felt that that was a lesson for me, that I will be a mother one day. I will have to spend time with my son. And maybe there are certain times, certain types of things that I will not choose to do. So it's also about the choices. But for certain things, like, for example, getting civil engineers, women on site, companies will design programs, and we will have to make programs to change the biases that we are talking about. Yes. No, you will have to fight for it. You will have to say, I have these talented young guys who really are great at calling. So you have to sell them.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Riva Singh, Group Editor, ITV Media India. Wonderful panel, lovely discussion. Amazing it is. I have just one small question, particularly from Sunita, because she was saying something about equity and equality and Women's Day particularly. So, am I audible? So, of course, women are celebrated on Women's Day, 8th of March. Women are celebrated, they're told, and they are stated as goddesses and whatnot with 8 arms, but we do have just 2. We all have just 2. Women are celebrated on 8th of March across the world, but that's the only day when women are actually celebrated. And let me finish, please. And when men say that we also want certain kind of treatment, that kind of treatment, you have had that kind of very treatment since civilizations, decades and centuries. And that's just one day for us, 8th of March of any year. And just by offering a few let's say, hampers or some discounts or a lunch. We are preparing lunch. We are coming to office. We are being a marketing head. I'm a group editor. Then I'm chopping veggies at home. So how is it equal, first of all? Secondly, okay, I might be interested in marketing. I might be interested in being an HR. But I have to choose. Let me choose. Let me define that equity and equality for me. The world, as in being a journalist, I come from a journalism background. I have covered geopolitics, national politics. I have been in Naxalite areas. I have covered parliament. But there are very few women, very few reporters and journalists who get that opportunity. When I stepped into journalism, I was asked to enter lifestyle because lifestyle is for women. Entertainment is for women. Masala is for women. And of course, politics and all serious stuff is for men. So just 1/8 of March is not there to satiate. So the labeling, the kind of labeling that is there, of course, women can be this marketing head and not in sales if it is fair. But are we going to decide, are we going to get that opportunity? Are we allowed to say that I don't want to be in marketing, but in sales? Are we getting that opportunity to call ourselves that I don't want to be the conference producer, but a head, but a CEO? Thank you.
I mean, you can do whatever you want. It's about about the mindset, actually.
No. All right. So I think with this, we'll conclude our panel and hopefully we have them with us for lunch so we can take these discussions forward in lunch also. I'm going to hand it over to Jayashree now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, ladies. I missed out introducing Palak, so I will introduce Palak now. So Palak Dani Mansotra is Chief Marketing Communications and Pre-Sales Revenue Officer, Suraj Estate Developers, who throughout her career has driven brand transformations, reshaping the identity of Sony SAB and advancing its growth from 9th to 3rd position in the comedy genre. A deep understanding of ultra-luxury residential markets, commercial real estate, and tech integration has been demonstrated through collaborations with K. Raheja Corp, Runwal, Suntech, and more. Thank you, Palak. Thank you so much. We have a small memento for you. I would like to call Indrajit Saoji, Group Publishing Director, ITP Media India, and Shruti Dalvi from Dharma Kaba on stage to do the honors.
Yeah, please request Riva also to join on stage. Please come.
Let's have a group picture, please. Let's have a group picture. Yeah, please, all of you. Roma, we heard you. Hari Roma. Meanwhile, everyone listen carefully. We go to lunch now. After lunch, we have a very interesting event on data centers, which is a very booming sector, and people who are interested in advancing their careers can fit for that panel also. Are welcome to be a part of that panel also. I mean, welcome to be a part of the audience. We have a very interesting panel there. And then we move on to smart offers in the evening. Okay, thank you. Let's join us for lunch now.
मारो बिमल भाई माल लेबल एक नंबर सीधा सीधा यार थोड़ी और लिया ना उधर से क्या हो गया हाँ ना बात नहीं
इतनी अच्छी नसीब होती तो हम ये नहीं होते दूसरा रेडी
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 140 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Blue River, your entry experts. Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build community. Humans are social beings. These are places to connect. We create buildings and cities and love, places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next, places to let our children learn. We create buildings to experience some amazing places where individuals step together to new adventures and build communities. These are places to connect, come together, stay places across town and London, across the world. Places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly, shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired, create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters. Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome.
Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps, taking you into a new experience, a journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 140 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments, to step into new adventures. We are home where our communities come together, places across town, across the world, places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired, create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps, taking you into a new experience, a journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 140 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired, create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 140 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments. To step into new adventures. We are home where our communities come together. Places across town, across the world. Places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired, create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 140 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments, to step into new adventures. We are home where our communities come together, places across town, across the world, places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired, create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts, with dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 140 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments, to step into new adventures. We are where our communities come together, places across town, across the world, places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn, we rest. For every place where we get inspired, create memories. For every place where we build a career or start a new chapter. Every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends, come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 140 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments, to step into new adventures. We are where our communities come together, places across town, across the world, places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired, create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 140 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments, to step into new adventures. We are where our communities come together, places across town or across the world, places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired, create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 140 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments, to step into new adventures. We are where our communities come together, places across town or across the world, places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired, create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 140 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments, to step into new adventures. We are where our communities come together, places across town or across the world, places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired, create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 140 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure.
We invite everyone to come in and take their seats. Indrajit, call everybody inside, no?
Oh, sorry. So what yours first? It is what first? Where's the Just say launch or
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. For the first time, Construction Week is organizing an event around data centers. India's data center capacity is projected to experience considerable growth, with the current under construction capacity additions estimated to reach 1.03 gigawatts by 2028. Mumbai has emerged as a major data center hub in Asia Pacific due to its strategic advantages, including the largest number of undersea cables and cable landing stations. India's data center market is expected to increase from $4.5 billion in 2023 to a projected $11.6 billion by 2032, boasting a CAGR of 10.98%. Having understood so much, I think it's time we move on to the event. And I'd like to call on stage Indrajit Saoji, Group Publishing Director, ITB Media India, to welcome you all.
Good afternoon, everyone. I had been given a toughest task of the day, keeping you all awake after a sumptuous meal. Jayshree told me to make you exercise a bit, clap your hands, dance a bit, to keep the room energized after lunch. I told her the topic and the speakers themselves are good enough to keep the room energized. Am I right? So let me try once again. Good afternoon, everyone. On a more serious note, it's truly a pleasure to welcome you all to this first event by ITP in the data center space. This is our debut Data Center Leadership Forum 2025, organized by Construction Week. As India, so digital economy expands, the need for data centers, data storage, as well as processing power is accelerating like never before. AI, IoT, cloud computing, and 5G are fueling demand, making the data center industry one of the most dynamic sectors today. Over the next few hours, we'll unpack the factors driving this growth, analyze investment opportunities in this sector, and discuss innovative strategies to navigate the challenges ahead. Before we delve into it, let me take a moment to acknowledge and thank some key people who have made this event possible. Ms. Devi Shankar from Enerock. Your expertise and support in curating this event have been invaluable. A huge round of applause for her. Our partners who made this event possible: Bunidam, our gold partner; Dormakaba, our silver partner; Expedion, our category partner. And a special shout out to Ashish Kumar and Captain Edwin Sandana from Bunidam for pushing us to create this forum and guiding us to do this data center event today. A round of applause for both of them. Ashish, I can't see you in the room. Captain is here. And of course, a heartfelt thank you to all our panelists. Your presence here today brings immense value to this conversation. And to all of you in the audience for taking time out on a busy Friday afternoon and being with us here today. Thank you so much. And a round of applause for all of you for making this event possible. Today we have two panels and very interesting topics. Building the future. This session will explore the latest trends, innovations, and hurdles in constructing next-gen data centers. Then the panel 2 would be talking about scaling India's data center industry, investment and infrastructure priorities. Here we will delve into the investments landscape, infrastructure expansion, and policy framework shaping the industry. And since many of you are meeting for the first time, let me take this opportunity to introduce you to what exactly ITP does, who we are, what we do. And instead of just telling you, let me show you a small AV. Please sit back and enjoy this AV that highlights our journey, our vision, and the impact that we bring across various industry sectors. Can I have the AV, please, Fareed? Thank you. I hope that gives you a glimpse into what exactly we do and our commitment to various industry verticals. I was telling someone that we do around 86 different we target 86 different industry verticals across the globe. And we literally do 4 events per day in various segments. So with this, let's get started. I now hand over the forum to Jayashree, who will lead us into the next discussion. Thank you. Sit back, relax, and enjoy your day. Thank you.
Thank you, Indrajit. Can we have the Bunidam AV play, please?
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 140 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Bunidam, your entry experts.
I would now like to invite Ian Goldsmith, Global Head of Sales, Royal Bunidam International BV, who will tell us about how data centers are springing up around the world and its imperativeness in the world today. Ian?
Good afternoon. Hopefully this works. First of all, just to introduce myself and why you have this balding English guy standing on the platform in front of you. I first joined Bunidam in the UK in a long time ago in 1993. I had a bit more hair when I started, I must say. Worked in the architecture and security consultant space ever since. I now work for the parent company of Royal Bunidam based in the Netherlands. And last year, Bunidam celebrated 150 years and active over 60 countries around the world, including our subsidiary, which is based here in Mumbai. I must thank Captain Saldana for actually asking me to, cajoling me to be here today. I was only visiting and didn't realize I was going to be public speaking until a little while ago. We are the trusted partner of many of the largest tech and data center companies in the world today. I first visited India as a very young student about 35 years ago. The India I see now today has absolutely nothing like the India that I saw 35 years ago. But remember, 35 years ago, I didn't have a mobile phone. I don't think the internet was invented. The laptops they had to go in a cold room to keep them cool to stop them overheating. So it's hardly surprising the world's changed. But when we look at the growth in India, and especially the data center market, you can see there's significant growth and it's projected to continue to grow through to 2029. Data center capacities reached 1,600 megawatts, but it's going to continue. And it's expected that another 475 megawatts through the end of this year. Digital economy, is a huge contributor to the total economy. 11.74 of GDP is in digital economy, with 2.55% of the workforce. Since 2006, GDP growth in India has averaged 6.4%, so it's outstripped every other economy in the world, making it now the 5th largest economy in the whole world. When we look at the security of data centers, we need to believe that there's 3 levels of security. Deter, so this discouragement, it's advising someone that they shouldn't actually enter a facility. Detect, you basically want to find out if someone's coming in when they shouldn't be. That could be alarms, turnstiles, other security devices. And then finally, prevention. We also believe that when designing a data center, there should be a layered approach with 6 separate layers to ensure that the security of one of the most vulnerable and critical parts of our infrastructure are protected. The first layer is a perimeter defense. Effectively, we're looking at fence line security. This turnstile basically tells someone they shouldn't be entering the facility. Into that, we enter a clear zone. Now, Boonidam don't do a product that helps you in the clear zone, but it's a very important part of the whole layered security system. It's effectively an empty zone where CCTV can be employed to actually detect those intruders, people we don't want within our facilities. Obviously, if there was a vicious dog also running loose, then that might actually also deter people from entering the space. But in this moment, CCTV is king. The next layer, layer 3, we're actually in the reception area. And here, we're looking to detect intruders. And that's when we look at optical turnstiles, such as our Lifeline, which is employed by many of our global partners around the world. Here, if someone decides to try and tailgate, either intentionally or unintentionally, it will find the person, alarm, and alert the security room accordingly from there. As we enter further into the product, we start to enter areas which are exceedingly vulnerable, but very, very important. And here we're looking to prevent people as we enter the service corridors. And here we normally look at security revolving doors, doors that can prevent tailgating and even prevent piggybacking. There's a little video here that shows those 2, tailgating and piggybacking in action. In this first instance, we have an authorized employee and his colleague who follows into the next segment without presenting a code. As you can see, the product sees that person has tried to enter without authorization. They both have to leave the product and are guided away by security. The next example are 2 people trying to squeeze into one segment. Again, the product sees that 2 people are getting in, which is called piggybacking, and security takes them away to understand should they receive entry into the product or not. But how is that achieved? Well, when I first started selling 25, 30 years ago, we used to use a very crude weight cell. If what was ever was in the space weighed more than 130 kilos, you got rejected. Well, 130 kilos is quite a lot. And it's quite obvious that 2 of many of the people in this room will be able to gain access. So following that, Boonidam then looked to provide a unique solution to prevent the piggybacking, which is our stereo vision system. What it does is basically infrared cameras which actually detect within the sensor. And what they're looking for is actually measuring how many people, what shape, and the shape of the people that were in the product. The data they then analyze and then compared with certain settings within the product. The next slide shows what it looks like if someone's tailgating. You can see there's actually clearly two shapes within, or two different heights which detect the heads within the product. A single user can also be rejected sometimes if they're behaving in a strange way, and that could be carrying a backpack, wearing a sombrero or a big brimmed hat, or maybe carrying a pet through the product. So these systems can be fine-tuned to suit the individual circumstances at each of the data centers or locations. One of the most protected areas of every data center is obviously the data room. And there you have to prevent people gaining access. And we do two solutions. One, the Circle Lock Solo. This is one of our most popular high security products. Essentially has a low capacity, but almost guarantees that unauthorized access can't be gained into the product. In the UK, we've sold this to, well, the home of James Bond, MI5, MI6, Ministry of Defence, Government Office, Home Office. And that's the same around the world. The various defence departments and institutions use this as their last line of defence. The Circle Lock Combi is the ultimate solution to prevent anti-tailgating, anti-piggybacking, but also maintain fire resistance. We can basically attach to an existing swing door, interlock them together, so that in the event of a fire, the fire integrity of the data room is managed and continued, whilst in normal operation, you deliver anti-piggybacking and anti-tailgating. Your very last line of defense is obviously the data cabinet. Again, Bunidam don't have a product here that helps in that situation. But obviously it's the very, very last line of defense. And there's a lot of proprietary products out there which use either keypads or proximity cards to prevent unauthorized access into the data cabinets. This is just an example of some of our global clients. We'll trust Bunidam to ensure that their facilities and the security of them are maintained in all circumstances. Thank you for your attention. Hopefully, it's detailed how you can look at the 6 layers of security and how partnering with Bunidam can assist you in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian. We have a very interesting launch for you now. And since you're the guys who drive the sector, ANAROCK has published an interesting report. I would now like to invite Shobit Agarwal, MD and CEO, ANAROCK Capital Advisors, who in his 17-year stint at JLL created a robust platform focusing on client delivery and positioned JLL as India's market leader. He has a deep-rooted relationship with developers and capital providers, which has resulted into multi-billion-dollar deals. At ANAROCK Capital, Shobit steers the direction through the various investment verticals to ensure that ANAROCK's core philosophy of technology-enabled, investor-centric decision-making continues to serve the best interests of its client. Could I also have Devi Shankar from ANAROCK on stage, please?
Yeah, thank you for giving us this podium to present our latest report. It only befits the occasion. We've literally coming out of the press. It's the latest report, most updated. I have my resident genius here, Devi. She's really authored this report along with the team. So we're very happy and glad as ANAROCK to present this report now to all of you. The hard copies will be on your desk.
So actually, I'll hand over the mic to my colleague Ankita because she has written the whole report and researched for it. So Ankita, if you can just give a quick brief of what our findings are, just so that everyone is aware of what the market is and how are we looking at it from an outlook standpoint.
Hi everyone. I'm Ankita. So you will get the copies of the report to just summarize the report for you guys. So what we're seeing, the data center market supply stands at 1.4 gigawatt towards the end of 2024, and we are expected to reach somewhere around 2 gigawatts by the end of 2025. Mumbai and Chennai continue to remain the hotspot for the data centers. Mumbai has seen around 94% growth in supply from 2022 to 2024, and Chennai has seen 40% growth in the supply within the last 3 years, signifying the focus of data center operators in these two cities. Apart from that, few other trends that I would want to highlight. There have been significant investments from the hyperscalers on the self-built facilities. Hyderabad remains the focus area. Navi Mumbai, Pune, continuing the trend for the hyperscaler self-built facilities. Along with that, I would just take 2 minutes to give you an overview of the size of the data center industry. We are currently at $10 billion US. At the size of data center industry, and the revenues clocking upwards of $1.2 billion US for 2022. Till 2024, we have seen rise in the EBITDA margins, but last 2 years, there's been a steady growth of around 40% in the EBITDA margins. You can read all of this. It's all summarized for you in the report, and you can take the copies of that from the desk outside, the registration desk kept outside. Thank you so much.
A copy of that too. Thank you. Thank you, Team Vanarok. We now come to the first panel discussion for the day, Building the Future, Innovations and Challenges in Data Center Development and Construction. I would like to call the panelists on stage. Just getting the chairs up here. Fine. Our moderator for the panel is Devi Shankar, Executive Director, Industrial and Logistics Data Center, Anurag Capital, with 21 years experience in real estate advisory, private equity, and investment banking. Devi has transacted investment banking deals of dollars or rupees? Dollars, okay. 2.5 billion and advised 25 plus private equity firms having an aggregate deal size of over $1.75 billion. She's a CA, CFA, and MBA honors from the University of Chicago Booth School of Business. Jollydeep Kaur, Senior Vice President Sales at NextGen Cloud Technologies, has over 25 years of experience in business development, strategic sales, P&L management, and team leadership. She has played a pivotal role in driving 30% growth in the data center business, optimizing operational costs, and expanding enterprise client portfolios. Her expertise lies in scaling businesses from scratch, having previously grown annual revenues from 0 to rupees 100 plus crore. Jay Burse. He joined PRASA in 2007 and is recognized for his innovative and pragmatic problem-solving approach on the global platform. Knowing the ins and outs of various mission-critical facilities, he has helped PRASA expand and reach great heights while inspiring and influencing a diverse workforce. Rohan Seth, Senior Vice President, Co-location and DC Build, Yotta Data Services. He has been instrumental in driving key projects, including large co-location facilities. He possesses experience in construction, commercial real estate, among other things. Rohan spearheads the data center build and co-location services with a focus on expanding Yotta's pan-India footprint. Parag Kulkarni is an associate director in cost management at Linesight with over 25 years of cost management experience on complex projects across a wide range of sectors, including data centers, high-rise buildings, commercial development, and luxury hotels. Over to you, Devi.
Hi, everyone. So again, another topic which I really like, data centers. There is a very interesting report and we did put in a lot of research and effort on it. So please do collect it from the registration desk. This topic, particularly development and construction, is something that is so important because unless you get that right, everything else will not fall in place. You know, whether it's operations, your customers coming and filling up spaces, it's so important to get that right. And that's where maximum planning needs to be done. Somebody had once told me that building a data center is like planning a wedding. It's expensive, it's stressful, and no matter how hard you work and how much you plan, something is going to go wrong. So it's very difficult. And I have a set of panelists who are experts in that area, except Jollydeep, because Jollydeep is one person who's closest to the customers, and therefore I requested her to come so that we get a more customer perspective as well. But with that, I will start my questions, and I'm quite excited because I'm not a technical person as well, but I'm really excited to hear what my panelists have to say. So let me start with you, Jay. So MEP, mechanical engineering, this is one of the core aspects of any data center. It's literally the lifeline, and it's also where maximum capital goes in. How have you seen the MEP evolving over times? Because we have also seen data centers really becoming a much more complex infrastructure than it was earlier. How do you see that evolved over time?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And thanks, Devi, for inviting me. And good question to start off with. MEP, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, all of this plays a significant role in order to make sure the data center is up and running. Apart from the very fact that the building has to be constructed, but as we know across the globe, the data centers can also be put in, warehouses. That's what is preferred outside, because the width of the land available there is much easier and better in terms of cost analysis than compared to what is there in India. We go for constructions, but regarding the MEP, there has been a significant change because of where the chips are changing. What happens, what do you require this mechanical, electrical, and plumbing for, is to give power to your servers and cool them. Since they're power guzzlers, they're consuming a lot of power, they're generating a lot of heat. The next thing is to do is cool them. And earlier, these chips were of a typical, power consumption. It would be 200 watts a chip. You would have 2 chips on a server. So one server would be about half a kilowatt, and that's how things would be. But in the past, about, and I wouldn't say so many years, it's about past 700 to 1,000 days from now, things have gone bizarre. You have panelists, who've been, Yotta was one of the pioneers in buying some of the most advanced chips. And even then, there's a new chip that has come up from NVIDIA and all that. So all of this MEP work, coming to your question, is very driven by what the chip demands. And the chip demand is changing every quarter. There's a new launch of a particular chip, which is almost double the capacity of the earlier chip, and it's coming in the next quarter or 2 quarters down the line. So my understanding and what I feel in the near future, what is going to happen is you cannot go with a copybook consulting approach saying that, okay, these are the number of cables and the pipes, and this is how I'll build the data center, and the whole data center will cater to this much capacity. You'll have to be extremely agile. You'll have to design and construct the workforce or the mechanical pipes, the plumbing, the electrical power consumption, the way you distribute the power as well, which you can change from a hall which caters to about 5 megawatts of power, which suddenly someone is saying, okay, real estate, fine, I need only that much, but I want that to cater to 10 megawatts, the same hall, you know. And that's what is happening, and that's what we are doing. We're doing one of the projects in Bangalore, and you won't believe there are 6 sets of water pipes that are running under the floor. 6 sets. The floor height itself is 1.5 meters. The raised flooring height. 6 sets of water pipes hopping onto each other. One is carrying secondary fluid, which is glycol based. One is carrying warm water. One is carrying chilled water, and everything has redundancy of 1+1. So the mechanical side of it is genuinely getting very, very complex. Electrical needs to get very agile so that it can be fed to agile powers. One rack could be 50 kilowatt, one rack could be 5 kilowatt, and they might be sitting besides each other, and you would have to, you know, cater to that. So agility and flexibility to cater to complex growth of power and cooling is what MEP will look like and is already looking like now and will look like in the near future. That's what my opinion is out of a design perspective.
Very interesting, Jay. Rohan, similar point of view from you as well. I mean, one, of course, Yotta is expanding in a big way, not just, you know, it started off being a data center company, but it's expanded quite a bit into cloud and GPUs. So similar point of view as what Jay said, you know, we'd like to hear from you. And also, not just from, you know, that perspective, from a perspective of servers, hardware, and that agility that is needed, but also from a DC build standpoint, right from land acquisition till the, you know, commissioning. How has that changed? Because I remember in 2020, when I started working on DCs, the average DC size was about 5,000 to 10,000 square feet. Today, we are talking of 5 lakh to 6 lakh to even maybe 10 lakh square feet. So how has that whole process changed, and what are there any innovations that have come about on the build and as well as the GPU side?
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So, you know, as, you know, Jay rightly said, the way, you know, there was a certain, you can say, a rate at which, you know, the entire, from the non-IT side, the way the innovations and everything in cooling technology, the electrical side, the, you know, the assets and everything, the data center technology, at a certain rate it was happening. And also on the server and the IT side. The last from the advancement, or, you know, the day the AI stepped into the whole picture, last 500, 700 days, as he rightly said, the rate at which, you know, one, the complexity has increased, the diversity and the way the challenges have increased, it has gone to, you can say, the next level, which, you know, it is not just India, or it is not just, you know, which we are encountering, it is all over the world, because it is a new phenomenon, it is a entirely new thing for everyone. So in terms of, just to give you an example, like Yotta, as we said, you know, we were we took a lead in implementing GPUs in India. And the data center in which we, you know, took this, you know, 16,000 GPU chips, H100s, are, as per the design for the first 4 years, our, you know, data center was originally planned for a 30 megawatt data center. The day we took the decision that now, okay, we'll start implementing those chips, day by day, the power requirement kept on increasing. Eventually, that data center, the same data center, as you said, the physical space is the same, but now the data center is a 52 megawatt, you know, data center. So the main thing here is, as you know, we all are discussing, is the flexibility. From the data center, you know, standpoint of view, as you're saying, from real estate to, you know, the space that you require for a data center, the sizing and everything is not the same anymore. we were discussing this around 5-6 years back also, that now the days that you say take up a single building of 3-story, 5-story, 7-story structure, you have a 50,000 to say a 2 lakh square feet structure, build in 5-10 megawatts and try to cater whether enterprise or hyperscale requirement. Those days are now gone. Even during the cloud requirement days, or now with the AI infrastructure and the AI requirements coming up, the main thing here is these, the customers you require, even, if you're doing on your own, like Yotta, if you're doing GPUs and AI workload on your own, or even if you are providing infrastructure as a service to, your customers, the main thing that, the customers look for is scalability. Day one, they might start with, few racks, but eventually, as say months pass by, or the overall market scenario gets clearer to them, eventually they will require space, they will require power, they will require network. So as from a real estate point of view, from a construction point of view, the key is that while on you don't want to put the capex upfront, you don't want to put in, because MEP, construction, everything are huge capex driven businesses. You don't want to make 100 megawatt, 200 megawatt setup right on day one. And there are technologies even on the construction front, prefabricated modular data centers, all these have evolved, they are there in the market. So the way that, while the challenges are there are solutions, there are, practices in the market. You start with a small setup, you start with a 5 megawatt, 10 megawatt setup, but eventually at the place that, you are, say, planning a data center, the scalability, first we were looking like, 1,000 days back, 3 years back, we was looking for a 50 to 100 megawatt, say, eventual size of the campus. Now, if you talk to global customers, they want a 500 megawatt to a 1 gigawatt kind of a capacity over the next 5 to 10 years. Till now, the AI workloads have not yet come to India. And then still the workloads, the chips, the capping is there, or the NVIDIA chips of how much they can export out of US. But it is a matter of time. The day it comes, whether today, 1 year later, it is a matter of regulatory thing. But the day it comes, these 30, 50, 100 megawatt is not going to be, what we are discussing right now in the presentations. It is going to be a matter of, more than what we think today, because the AI workloads as it runs. So now, this 20, 30, 50 megawatt data centers that we use for cloud, for AI, the overall capacity and the overall what we are thinking is going to be much more. So the key is you start small, but the overall flexibility and the overall expansion scalability in terms of power that, and in terms of fiber, the overall land and everything that you have for one particular location has to be much more. And that is the key to, when you are now planning say a data center campus or a data center park.
Got it. And so a related point to Parag, I mean, there's so much dynamism now in the data center industry with AI coming in, the whole internal architecture is changing, the capacities are ramping up. Cost becomes a major concern over here. As a consultant, how do you advise your clients on cost management? Because it's so difficult to foresee what change will come in. So throughout that process of a DC build, how do you look at cost management in general?
Good afternoon, everyone. A nice question to start with, of course. See, we normally, what we do to start when a cost manager comes into the picture is basically cost the plan. That's the old way of doing costing. What we now need to start with, or we have started doing, is plan the cost. That will help the client eventually to understand where they are ending up eventually spending. Like Rohan mentioned, they start with 5 megawatt, but end up doing 50 megawatt. If that kind of planning is available, you can advise the client based on what kind of cost will be there, what kind of procurement strategies you need to follow, what kind of design you need to have, what kind of timelines you are looking at. Based on all this, we will have the cost management, a better cost management for the data centers. Now, if you start advising client right on day one that you are going to have additional cost. That's not the way we should start with. There will be cost overrun in certain cases, but if you plan the project, what it should be, what we are going to have eventually, everything will fall in place. So the design, the supply chain management, and the chain management, eventually when you will have the construction started, all three are the key things wherein you will be controlling the cost. That's how we start advising our clients. Plan right at the first place. Though you can start with a smaller scale, small scale project, of course. But eventually, if your plan is to have an 50 megawatt data center and you start with 5 megawatt data center, you should have that budget available. We are there to advise all our clients that we can plan the cost instead of costing the plan. That's how I believe we can have a better cost management for the data centers.
Interesting. Plan the cost instead of costing the plan. The first time I've heard it. Jollydeep, like I said in the start, you're closest to the customers. And all of this that we're talking of is actually driven by what the customer wants, right? In your conversations with a lot of the large enterprises, hyperscalers, how are you seeing the sentiment in terms of what are they looking at from a data center infrastructure perspective? I remember at one point, one of the hyperscalers had said, I want a 7 feet height. Now, where do you get a 7 feet height, 7 meter height in India, right? Because everything was constructed to a 5.5 to 6. So these keep on changing all the time. Like, what are you seeing from your customers in terms of their requirement? And does that give you a sense of what are they looking at from overall, from an AI standpoint, computing standpoint in India?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you, Devi, for calling me closer to the customer person, because I think that's the most coveted job you can get. When you get on ground, roll up your sleeves and sell what these guys are building, right? And what we bring is a value not only for the company, we're bringing in revenue, but we're also bringing in value to the customer side. So I think from all perspectives, when we started at NextGen, our vision was that when we create data centers, it should revolve around a server. So that's how we started thinking about customers. You're like, what does the customer want? If you look at from customer's perspective, he's hosting applications. He's not hosting power. He's not hosting space. He's not hosting electrical cables or heights or whatever you're talking about. He's hosting his applications. He's serving his end user demands. So from that perspective, he wants to have a strategic partnership who will be able to build that space for him, deploy those applications, scale those applications, and secure that application. So looking at these four keywords, what have you built for the customer? So customer looks at whether this space that I'm going to go to, whether they have the facility which caters to securing the facility for the applications, whether it has the flexibility to give me multiple number of options. He doesn't want to be stuck into a rigid environment. He wants flexibility to choose whether it is a public cloud or a private cloud, or there are enterprise workloads. One more thing we deeply need to understand is, while we are talking about a lot of advancement in workloads, talking about applications which are going towards AI and the other technologies, our customers still hold a lot of traditional workloads. They've not yet matured all their applications to come onto the modernized workload environment. So how is the partner geared up to understand that environment, that hybrid environment, where he wants something still on traditional workload architecture, something on modernized workload architecture, and the partner is also able to give him futurescape into the AI workloads. So these are very, very important points. So performance drives customers' decisions, compliance, whether you're able to understand his complex compliance environment. Because if you look at industries like government or finance or healthcare, they're very deeply regulated. How far have you the understanding about the regulatory compliances? How have you met them with what you're building for them? That is very important. And after all of this, cost efficiency, of course. whether he'll be able to perceive the value for every rupee that he spends for you. So I think these are the few critical indicators of what customer wants to buy when he's making a decision.
So Jay, taking that forward, it's like Jollydeep said, it's the customer is primarily driven by his business, and business is is changing by the second today. And you also spoke of agility. How do you go about getting that agility when you can't even foresee what change is coming? How do you do that in your projects?
Well, it's hard, and like she said, it's very simple. The customer, he doesn't care whether the height is 7 meters, 5 meters, whatever. He knows his machines need to keep up and running so that he can run his show. How you are keeping them, where they are keeping them is absolutely immaterial to a certain extent. Of course, just to keep a check on where his money is being spent, he'll go and ask someone from his team to check, okay, look at the facility, whether it's certified, whether it has all the redundancies, blah, 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 and all of that. But eventually he's not concerned. Like, it should keep on, light should be on 24/7. And yes, the requirements are changing. Some customers may have an old school requirement, which is okay to go with 4 kilowatts, 5 kilowatts a rack, and everything is hunky dory working fine. As a matter of fact, a major chunk of the financial fintech world still resides on a 4 or a 5 kilowatt per rack data center setup. They don't need a major chunk of the stock market. We were doing a project for, I'm sure you must be knowing, NSE is getting converted into a complete data center, and we are building all their data centers inside. Right now, as we speak, I just came from the site before I reached here, and I'll be going back there after that. And they expect us to complete the project in 75 days. 3.5 megawatts of IT load, 5.6 megawatts of total power consumption from an RMU to the rack PDU, from a chiller to every consumer, including PAHU units and everything. Civil, mechanical, electrical, monitoring, right from installing CCTV cameras to monitoring each branch power, branch circuit monitoring system. Everything in 75 days is what they're expecting. And we, out of the pressure of revenue target, we go and say, okay, sir, le lete hain, So, and then now we are sitting to find ways to 4 din ka aur add sukta hai kya? So that is what is happening, and it will, the demand of the customer is to happen in no time. Even we as human beings don't like to spend or waste time. The earlier, the better, the faster, the better, right? So in such situations, what we have started doing is doing a lot of prefabrication or pre-configuration of certain systems, right? For example, it's piping. So we would like to have, we do have a facility in Pune where we prefabricate everything in our controlled environment, put it on a truck, come here and only assemble, right? That's one way of doing it. In mechanical, there are in fact multiple ways. In Bangalore, we're doing a project where all the piping is done using grooved couplings. You don't have to weld them because welding is a tedious task. You have to weld everything from roundabout, then you have to check pressure. Grooved couplings, there are Tyco, Victaulic, there are a few names which you may know in the construction world. They're regularly used in the fire hydrant thing, where you connect on your building. So those are the ways we can do on the mechanical front. Electrical still remains pretty much a series task thing. You bring in this first, then you lay that and proceed. What if and like, if you could plan well, right? And if you keep some prefabricated, for example, we have prefabricated modular power rooms, wherein we don't consume the real estate at all. We put it in a 40 feet or a 20 feet container, put the UPS, the panels and everything and all connections inside it. So you just put in a raw power from outside, take UPS power from the other side and connect it to your. So these are the ways where you could, squeeze in your time period to implement, make it more agile for the customer and ship it out. Otherwise, that the same work that we do in a 20 feet container would take somewhere about 3 to 4 weeks, which we can wrap it up in less than 2 weeks. So you're bringing that time period to half if you plan it well, Obviously, if you need to have the components from the OEMs also, but then you can squeeze what you can squeeze. What you can't, you can't. So That's how we are prefabrication, modular approach, not going the copybook style of building. In fact, what I believe in the near future, when you're going to need more and more bigger, like Rohan said, 500 megawatts or a gigawatt of a campus for one customer alone. What you should do is try and reduce the amount of civil work that you can as less as possible. It improves your cost. It reduces cost. It improves your whole benefit analysis. It also, gives you the agility, whether he wants it today or later. Because otherwise, if you put in a slab and if slab is taking care of 500 megawatts, the cost is sunk on day one. Why? You make as minimum as possible and try and go with a modular approach. Bring in these cabinets or these containers and, put them around the building. Generators, do you see generators being put inside the building? No, you don't. That's just not the norm of doing things, because somebody said it can be put outside. If we start realizing there are much more stuff beyond generators also that you can put outside, that's where the speed at which you can execute and the speed at which you can go live can improve significantly.
That's actually quite the opposite of what is being done, right? Because today we have the buildings coming up, a whole building comes up, and then you start the MEP of that. Rohan?
As as Jay mentioned, we are saying that we are doing the opposite of what it is supposed to, traditionally what it is, logic says what we are supposed to do. And there is a, basic reason for that. See, in US or, you see in Europe, where, the data centers basically are not meant to be in the middle of the city. If you go, where the traditional data center hubs are, they are all like in the middle of the desert, 200, 500 kilometers from. No data center will be in New York or say a Washington or, in San Francisco. They will all be within say 200, 100, 200 kilometers away from the main city. There, the basic reason what we are saying, all these things, generators you can keep outside rather than building a 7-story, 10-story kind of a structure. Just go in a modular way, just keep on like a farming kind of a thing, just make warehouses, ground floors kind of structures, as in how a customer requirement comes in. Just, 5 megawatt kind of a modular, just copy paste, and within 3 months, 6 months, as long as the lead items of say a chiller or a generator and everything, the MEP equipments or everything comes on, your server hall is ready. But it is possible in those countries in say a US or a Europe because of the power and the fiber feasibility in say a 200-kilometer remote location, which is not in the middle of the city. Today, if you leave Mumbai and you go like 25 kilometers to a Dombivli or a Karjat, there like a Friday, 1 hour, for 1 hour the power goes, in that location. So when say traditionally from 2000s, the data center industry started, when the hyperscalers say came here in 2013, 14, when that old situation started, data centers, they were present, say, in a location like Chandivali or in a location on the Thane Belapur road or in Chennai, in Sirisuri, because at least the first thing, the, fundamental thing is stable power. And if the cable landing station, as we all discuss in the report also, that if the cables, is landing in a Warsaw or in, Prabhadevi, at least the fiber cuts will not be there, at least in a 5-10 kilometer range. Forget, 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers, somewhere, say, in a Nagpur or somewhere in the middle of, in Maharashtra or a place like Rajasthan or a Gujarat or something. So because we started in that way, people have already built their zones over here. People have already, the cloud is being set up. Now to expect, say, a hyperscaler or a data center company to, set up a data center somewhere in Chhattisgarh or, state governments, we are in continuous touch with them. Why don't you build a state? We will give you subsidies and everything. Set up a data center in Rajasthan. Set up a data center in Madhya Pradesh. Subsidies are available. Power is available. Renewables are available. But who will come to Rajasthan? They are already getting the, Mumbai and Chennai and Bangalore and all these places are serving them. And if you want to say set up a data center in Rajasthan, as we are saying, just take 500 acres of land, build in a modular way, don't go vertical, keep generators outside. Then basically thing is that the fiber, gigs and gigs of, bandwidth fiber has to be present at that location somewhere in Rajasthan in the middle of the desert, which we don't have, say, 10, 15 kilometers outside Mumbai or Delhi also. So that backend network infrastructure of power distribution and fiber, say, it will take time, but 5 years, 10 years down the line, when Mumbai and Chennai and Delhi and all these places are saturated, ultimately as the requirement grows, data centers will have to move out of the city to all these locations. There is no other option. But right now, the infrastructure itself, the main two things, power and fiber, it is not available in, say, in the peripheral regions outside the main cities. That's why data centers are being constructed over here. And in Mumbai itself, like a location where the land itself is so costly, there you cannot afford to, like in a 5 acre of land, I cannot afford to go only ground floor, where my, then the real estate cost itself I will not be recover if I don't make a 7-story, 10 stories, building. So that is the dilemma where all the, data center operators, you can say, are stuck. That if you buy a, say, 100 crore, 200 crore land, and if you make just 1-story structure, then what is the realization that you are going to get out of that?
But a question anyone can answer. I mean, we're talking of scalability. Start at, say, a 30, 40 megawatt and be ready for a 500 megawatt. But if we have to be ready, how do we be ready in a city like Bombay or Chennai or Bangalore? Hyderabad, okay, to some extent, we have seen that shift happening because of Amazon and Microsoft. But if you have to be ready for that, like, shouldn't that start from today? And you, Rohan, you are one of the pioneers because you started something in Panvel when the whole world was sitting in Navi Mumbai. So how do we start becoming ready for that?
So I think people have now, even if you see the self-build, campuses or self-build land, which the hyperscalers are, taking, or the service providers, which recently, whatever land acquisitions and the data center projects that people have started, they have at least been on the peripheral regions of these, cities that we mentioned. Instead of taking, prime land for one single building in the middle of the city, which will give you immediate business for a small capacity, which the customer might require, say, today. But overall, if you are looking for the next 10-year horizon, 15-year horizon, where the eventual, this AI load and, the cloud load, what we are talking about that is what your target is, then at least you move towards the periphery where at least the 40, 50 acre kind of a land is what you can get. Because that land, as you rightly said, you are not going to get in Andheri or a BKC or that kind of a thing. You are going to get it in a Panvel or a, Dombivli kind of an area. So that is, at least on the periphery, you start with like these main cities like a Mumbai or a Chennai or a Hyderabad, you start in these locations to get, a big parcel of land on the peripheral regions. And then when you start, it is not just being modular in terms of your construction. From a liquid cooling perspective, from the cooling, as he mentioned, from the cooling, the way you design that initial when you start, right now, should be flexibility, as Jolly also said, that your customers today, they are still on traditional workloads. But in future, when you plan for 6 pipes coming in,